Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Morning Blend. I see Yitza Lemons is here. How you doing, Yitza? Seeing you making some more cool avatars. Wonderful, wonderful. And everybody should subscribe to Yitza Lemons, who makes these wonderful, awesome avatars for us. So yeah, I didn't do the soup last night. I was really groggy, right? Up to it being on. Hey, Professor Rainy Specs. And Captain Trek is here. Hey, so great to see you. Yes, I remembered that I had this scheduled, and well, here I am. How you all doing? Good morning. Good morning. How is everybody? And that would be Mr. Midnight. Uh, talking it up. I don't know why he does this in the morning. There's a link if anybody wants to join me for a bit. Such a wonderful morning. Feeling better. I've been sleeping. I literally just woke up like 20 minutes. I had like 10 minutes before the show was scheduled to go off, and so I was sleeping. So I woke up, and here I are, following through on a scheduled show. Yes. Good morning. Nice to see you too, Midnight. As he looks up at me and then walks away. Yes, I've taken my meds. I have taken my meds. I believe the next time is at 8 a.m. I took them at midnight. I was awake for that. Then I went to the sleep of YouTube music. Was it you just missed just? Ah, wonderful. So you're squeaky clean now. That's great. And now you got to shave your face. Okay. Didn't see any scruffles on you on what was it, Life of Matthew last night? So, how is everybody doing this morning? I'm doing better, much better. It's weird, being not having things hooked into my arms to monitor kidneys or to get an antibiotic drip. So that's kind of a nice sensation. So wonderful to not feel like a marionette, I guess, because literally I had things in both of my arms, and I was like, okay, so he was pulling the strings, he's pulling the strings. Well, now I guess I'm pulling the strings. Since I'm free and roam about the cabin freely. It's nice. It's a much better thing than when I was in there. I don't want to go back there because I went in the one day to the ER and never thought I would get admitted for a whole entire week, let alone one night. That first night, that was Not so good experience, but I guess it needed to be done. I was surprised that um, they didn't test me for COVID or ask me. They asked me if I had symptoms. Of course, I was wearing the mask when I went in there, and well, they said if you're going to get up and walk around, make sure you're wearing the mask. I complied. I wore a mask each time I got up and walked around. The nurses and the techs were very nice at St. Mary's Hospital there. They were very, very nice. Probably, probably have the first 90-degree weather. I don't know. It's been warm in very, very warm here. I mean, like, we went from cold to already almost too damn hot. Really, I mean, I think Mr. CCV talked about it. Yeah, of abrupt weather changes and weather patterns around the states. Well, we go from 1 month where it was completely cool, and now in the month of April, hot, 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 hot tamale. It's basically how our diet. So when the sun starts getting up, starts getting really hot quickly. Yes, the time of hot where you could cook an egg on the sidewalk, put a put a put a thing of you could literally bake cookies in your car if you wanted to. It's so hot by midday. Yep. There's snow here. Snow. Uh, well, it's snowing, building me. Yay! As Professor Rainy Shrek says, "Yay for snow." Hmm. Oh, really? I have to put my own link so I can pin it. Bear with me, folks. I have to find myself so I can pin the message. Okay, there we are. It's weird you can't pin things in StreamYard. Yeah, that was weird. So now the link, if you want to join, at the top. So now that that's done, yay. Now that's not what we want. Now, okay, great. I don't know. Is there anything else going on today that y'all? As I was saying, the nurses and the techs were wonderful. So I did have a pleasant, other than being poked and prodded all the time and getting shots in the stomach for blood clotting. It was a rather okay experience being in the hospital. I don't want to do it again. No, no, I don't. Not by any means. And yet I am taking my meds. I am. I had last night. I had a hard time finding them uh, because my mom came and cleaned up some more and moved things around. And so they ended up where I least expected them to be. So there's that. Anyway, I finally found them again and was able to stick to the regiment of every 8 hours till they're gone for 5 days. So here we are. What is today? Tuesday. Um, is it? Yeah, it's Tuesday, right? It is Tuesday. Because last night was Monday, so yeah, it's Tuesday. Oh, you see, you lose all track of time sometimes. I'm one of them. I am one of them. Thank you, Professor Brainy Specs. I had to think for a while. I'm still waking up here, so and I'm not one of those people who does coffee. I'm just wake up when I wake up. I think my in-home care nurse or um, in-home care is supposed to arrive today to change my bandage around the room. Um, my mom, I had I changed it the other day, and then my mom and I changed it yesterday. We got this stuff to pour on the wound that kills all the bacteria, and so I got lots of stuff to wrap it with, uh, keeping it so it starts to heal, and I think it. I'm pretty sure it is. Yep. You have a calendar and a clock in your head. Well, that's nice, Professor Brainy Specs. I wish I did. I don't have that function. Sadly to say, I have to stop living this way. But it's hard. It's hard to break habit. It's hard to break habit. Um, Good morning, everybody. It's welcome to Taco Tuesday. I had to throw out some taco stuff that I made like almost 2 weeks ago. Yeah, Nina was here and she didn't eat any of it. But she said she had some. But I had to it was a lot of it. We had to throw out because well, it wasn't good anymore. Well, it was good, but you don't really want to keep stuff that old in your refrigerator, even if it is a leftover. Because it just starts to go bad. Even I know it's just weird how things can start to go bad within your refrigerator. You know. Yes, my mom came and she cleaned up the fridge first. That needed much work. She was here for uh, quite a bit, a couple hours um, yesterday. But she went back to Goodyear. Goodyear. Thought it was Wednesday. No, not quite Wednesday yet. Not yet. And what? I guess you could say in less than 24 hours for you. 24 hours for somebody. For like, you know, me and Mr. CTV and others, you know. You know. What do you... It's funny to hear that cat go off. Like, whatever it's going off about. Midnight, you're silly. You're a silly cat. Say, hey, good morning. There I am. Yep, there I are. Say, good morning, folks. Come up and talk with me. Ask me questions. Waiting. Let's see. We'll put this. Put those there. Since there's nobody really to. There's no need for those right now, right? Until somebody decides to join me, and you're welcome to join me. You know, ask me questions. I see you out there. Yeah, I'm using. Yeah. Sometimes you can use the camera as a mirror. Yes, I know. I'm probably gonna shave this off. I haven't decided yet. I haven't decided yet. Right now it's just I don't know. I kind of like it. Probably looks silly, doesn't it? Yeah, probably looks silly. You need to shave that. You need to come have a squirrel gnaw that stuff on your chin. Squirrel. Right? Right? Is everybody now awake? No, this is not that other show. The brew. Sorry, not the brew. So, what's going on, people? Good morning. Great to see you. I have the fan on because it's so damn hot, and I think I do have the AC on, set to 76. I don't know if it's working, but the fan sure can't. I don't know. Can you hear the fan? You see the fan right there, blowing on me. I, I hope it's not being a nuisance audio wise. Is it? Type. in the chat? Why I could type in the chat, but why I'm talking to you guys in the chat. I'm here for you in the chat right now. Okay? What were you trying to say with that, Professor Brainy Specs? Oh, not me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Brainy Specs. You know, the link's up there. You can join if you want to. If you want to. I forgot to say good morning or good afternoon, I bet. Damn. I'm so bad. Why am I so bad? I gotta get used to this, doing this again. It's been a while. It's been like, what, 2 weeks? I mean, yeah, it's been almost 2 weeks since I've broadcasted. So I'm getting into the swing of things, right? It's gonna take some getting used to. Gonna take getting used to. Right, Sapphire? Oh, my little kitty cat, Sapphire. My little cat hat off to the side. I don't know. Okay. Oh, that's gonna mess with things. There's little Sapphire right there. There she is. There's my little cat hat. I wonder what that sound was. I don't know. It was something falling down from somewhere. Yeah, there's all these things on and around my desk for them to fall around the place. But nothing is interesting to say, Jeff. Well, let's find something interesting to say. I don't know what is interesting in the world today right now. Is there any news that we should know about? I don't know. I guess the soup will be back. I'll bring it back tonight. Later tonight. I just wasn't feeling too well. That's why I put that message. I'll let you know that I'm not wasn't up to doing the soup last night. My body was. It's a feeling of fatigue, I guess. And so what do when I feel like that? I sleep. I just shut down and I go to sleep. And that's exactly what I did. Exactly what I did is I shut down and I sleep. And so now that I've been sleeping and I'm awake right now, I'm very, very awake. And here I are, talking to you, lovely folks. And thank you so much for being here. I enjoy y'all, each and every one of you. Professor Rainichek, Gets Lemons, Yvette, Captain Trek, and whoever may choose to drop by. But I'm here for you guys, and you know, let's have some cool dialogue about something. I'm sure there's something interesting we can talk about. Okay, who has seen the new movie Kong versus Godzilla? I've seen it. I'm not. Did I like it? I'd say yeah, I liked it. Am I impressed with it? I might have been a little bit more impressed if they did more things. I still don't like that some of the monsters fighting were dark in the dark. Why must they always have giant monsters in the dark? Can't they film monsters fighting in day? Like, okay, now there was the one scene um on the water with Kong and Godzilla, but I want it's Godzilla movies and King Kong. I want more destruction of cities during the day. Okay? Note to people making these films. Have your monsters in the film more. Have them destroy more cities. That's what we want. That's what I want. I want to see Godzilla wreak havoc, not to just one city, but several cities. And Kong too. I thought the Mega Godzilla was like, you know, it was okay. I would have. I guess my mind wants to jump back to the older design of Mega Godzilla. And hello, Geeks Hero Baba. Great to see you. Dude, it was a hit on King Kong Lights. Thought. Okay, yeah. Check back. LOL, check it back. It's ASB. Yeah, I probably need to rewatch the film. I think I was trying to, but I don't know. Anyway, I definitely want to see more of the monsters fighting monsters during the day. I want to see them. I want to see them just at it. And contrary to Mr. Bird of Prey 5, Kong did not submit to Godzilla. He showed respect. I'm sure Kong can hold his own to Godzilla. What do you think out there, huh? Anyway, definitely I need to have more monsters, being monsters, destroying more cities, wreaking havoc. Let go of the human factor in these films. I know there won't be much dialogue, but you could have lots and lots of action with the monsters. You know, with Godzilla, King of the Monsters, or Kong. Want to see more Kong? That definitely. I love Kong. I love Godzilla too. You don't. Their screen time is so short, and it's like, come on, make these movies right. But they won't, will they? They won't. I wish the hell they would. You know, wish the hell they would. Yeah, on screen as a fictional, of course, Professor Brainy Specs. Yes, I want mass destruction. Fictitiously. Come on, get with a program, man. Get with a program. Yes, I want mass destruction. In a film. That's fine. We don't have to worry about mass destruction. It's coming. Eventually. I don't know when, but it's coming. I sense it. Hopefully, maybe not for 20 or 30 years, but, you know. Anyway, that's beside the point. Professor Brainy Specs, who won't join me for a little bit. Making me talk up here by myself. How dare you? How dare you? Just kidding, Professor Brainy Specs. Learn to take a joke. Man. Good morning, everybody. Great to see you. I have to keep on saying that, you know. Hey, NB Geek, let's talk. What's going on? You're awake. You can join. And the link is at the top, right up there, at the tippy top of the chat. Or should I send out more invitations on other ways? Let me know. All right, cool. Okay, so we've glossed over Kong versus Godzilla. What else is? There's yet another remake of Mortal Kombat. I'm kind of looking forward to it. The previews make it look really good. I know some people don't care, and that's fine. It's fine if you don't care about the new Mortal Kombat movie, but it's coming. And in a couple days, I think the 16th of April. Anyway, I'm excited for it. It looks entertaining. Because there was that one that Mortal Kombat in 1995, and it just the CGI doesn't not hold up today. But so this one was better CGI, and it kind of looks really interesting to me. Yes, that's what I was saying. The new Mortal Kombat looks very entertaining. But some people couldn't care less. That's fine. But if you played the game back in the day, the Mortal Kombat movie, and you think about that first Mortal Kombat movie from 1995, this one it makes you kind of excited about it. Kind of excited, so it's going to be interesting to view it, which I'm gonna do. Hopefully, I'll do it as a review watch and review on this channel. Yes. Godzilla was a good popcorn movie. Yeah. Did you get to see it in the theaters? NB Geek? That's the thing. I want to go see it in the theaters. Really bad. Oh, I don't know if I will though. But it's kind of ruins it if you've seen it at home and then you go watch it and welcome NB Geek.
Hey buddy.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good. How are you?
I'm great. How you doing?
I'm just waking up.
Just waking up?
Yeah, pretty much. Just getting my day started.
That's good.
I enjoyed it. As a kid, I remember when, let's be honest, video game movies adaptions don't tend to do very well. And we have a history of those two
Yeah.
go through. Uh, Super Mario Brothers,
Oh yeah.
the Street Fighter movie, that second Mortal Kombat movie.
Yeah.
Talk about just a horrible sequel. And the
Mm-hmm.
first Mortal Kombat movie was, in my opinion, generally really good. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, the guy who played Shang Tsung in that movie actually played Shang Tsung in several other features. He seemed like he was the guy for the role, and he was damn good.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Goro looked great with his practical effects.
Yeah. But
And
they
then they
didn't.
went to that second movie, the second Mortal Kombat movie, and oh god, that was like Hercules Xena level CGI. Now, I'm not knocking Hercules: The Legendary Journeys or anything, but it was the '90s.
Right.
CGI was, in its infancy, still getting off the ground. I mean, even though we had seen somewhat CGI in the '80s with Tron and The Last Starfighter, it was the '90s when CGI started to really become a thing. And
Yeah.
it was at its beginning stages. And yes, it does not age very well. And in that movie, it does not age well at all. That's one downfall with, in my opinion, with CGI versus practical effects. Practical effects, they seem to hold.
Yeah.
CGI, you can kind of see it's aging. Does
Yeah.
that make sense, Bill?
Yeah. Yeah. No. No. Like for example, Jurassic Park, which they've used both practical and CGI. You know.
Yes, but you can still watch Jurassic Park now from years ago, and it still looks great.
Yeah.
I mean, they really blended it all well. Another good movie that blends it, Twister. There's another good one.
Twister. Yeah. Oh yeah. That
Oh
was
God, yeah.
1996.
I went and saw that. I went and
Helen
saw
Hunt
that.
and Bill Paxton. Huh?
The legendary Bill Paxton, the only man to go up against a Terminator, a Predator, and an alien.
Right.
Yeah, granted, he died all three times, but damn it, he's the only person to do it.
Right.
There needs to be a special mantle for that.
Yeah.
The only man. I think people forget. People remember he was in Aliens and Predator too, but I think
Hmm.
people forget he was in Terminator.
Yeah. He was in the first Terminator.
He was in the first Terminator.
Yep.
Yo, nice night for a walk. Wash day tomorrow. Nothing clean, right? Nothing
Yeah.
clean, right? And I think this guy's a uh, couple of cans short and said, "Your clothes, give them to me now."
Right. Hmm.
Yeah, that was one of it. I mean, obviously that was one of his earliest roles, but we got to give him credit. He went up against a Terminator, a Predator, and an alien.
Yeah.
And with the alien and the Predator, he went out like a boss. I mean, he fought for everything.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And that was in um that was funny because that was taking place in LA, and they had the LA subway. It was very new, you know. The back then. The subway in LA.
We don't need any rush hour Rambos. Oh shit,
Yeah.
Bill. So yesterday we sat down and we were watching a movie, and I wanted to watch. Call me crazy, but I wanted to watch Predator for the 500th time. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And my son is watching it for the second time, and boy, did he remember so much of the scenes from the first time he saw it. And then here was even the funnier part. Turns out my wife had never seen Predator.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I was like, oh, yeah, you're going to watch.
That was one of my first R-rated movies that I went to go see.
You're bleeding. I ain't got time.
What?
Yeah. Oh, that dude was such a macho scene. You're bleeding. I ain't got time to bleed.
Yeah. Jesse the Body Ventura. Also, he was a governor of Minnesota.
And Arnold was a governor of California.
Yeah, yeah.
Such a good movie. Such a good movie.
Hello, Dee Dee Myers, the Campman, a.k.a. Dee Dee Myers. Great to see you, man.
You know, I was talking with a couple of people on Godzilla vs. Kong, and they said they still thought there was too much human element.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I understand that. And I completely can agree with it. But I thought, between the evolution of the movies, they really eliminated a lot of the human element out of it and made it what, we were wanting. Monster versus monster movie. Or Titan versus Titan, or Kaiju versus Kaiju. Take your pick.
Right.
But I really enjoyed it. I did enjoy it. We all watched it together and found it to be quite entertaining overall.
Yes.
By the way, I was Team Kong all the way.
Oh, yeah. I love Kong. Don't get me wrong, I love Godzilla too, but Kong's like an old familiar friend.
I just go with the king over the god in that case.
Yeah.
I did like how they mentioned certain times where they said Godzilla and Gojira. So they used both names properly.
Again, my first viewing, I kept on getting interrupted. It was with this. I'll show you. This, my phone, and you could see, and then first there's this screen that I had that to work with to watch it while I was lying in the hospital bed. So that's not a proper way to view the film by no means at all. Hey, Miss Geek. You're muted. Oh,
I know I'm muted.
Okay.
I'm very well aware of that.
All right. Okay. Good. Good to know.
She's just waking. She's just waking up like I am. Although I've been up for 45 minutes, she just now woke up. I don't care if the update on my iPhone has been installed or not.
Yeah, really.
It's like installing. It's like, oh, it didn't get installed. I don't care.
Hey, Professor Granny Specs. Good morning, Professor Granny Specs.
Hey, Jeff. How you doing, brother?
Greetings, my fellow YouTubians.
Greetings.
It's about time I take my meds. Isn't it about time you take your med too?
No, I don't have a med.
Not you, Professor Jedi Bill.
Not until
Yes,
8
I'm
a.m.
aware.
Not until 8 a.m.
You
Midnight?
we know your times now.
Well, yeah, because thank you, courtesy of Captain Trek. He put it out there.
Hey, every now and again he does something right.
Yeah.
Well, except me. I never do anything right.
I'm sure there's plenty of plenty you do right. Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah.
It's good to see you. It's good to see you, Professor. How you doing?
Oh, not too bad this morning. Got my coffee, had my shower, shaved my face, getting ready for work here. Oh,
Yeah.
and I need my name badge, or I can't get in the door.
Uh-oh. Must have that name badge.
Well,
Yeah.
I can get in the door. I just have to have someone let me in if it's before hours, before we open.
What time are you guys opening today?
We open every day except Sunday, which we're not open at all, at 9 a.m.
Oh, cool beans. Did you guys have a good Easter Sunday?
It's quiet. It was very quiet because hardly anybody streamed that day. Bird didn't stream. I guess there were streamers in the morning. Anti-Tricker streamed over on Twitch, and Vile Mike was on and in the morning, and
I was on in the morning.
You were you were on in the morning for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, that whole day, resurrection of Christ, yeah, it kind of gets to people. Crazy like that.
But the big hole was in the afternoon because Bird wasn't on. He took the day off.
That's okay. He's entitled to. The man's entitled.
Absolutely, I agree.
We're all entitled, take.
Oh, and
time
Resolute
off
Germ. Resolute Germ did his Orville watch party that evening.
Oh, nice.
Now, if we could just get season 3.
I think that season 3 started up, or they filmed most of it.
Filmed but
I don't know if they've completed filming yet or not. Have they completed filming?
I don't know.
I mean, it's been about 2 months, and they had done about 4 or 5 episodes already, so maybe they finished. I don't know. But Resolute finished up the first season Sunday. He's doing 1 episode a week.
I had, oh God, this was so funny yesterday. I must have been on a roll. And someone goes, "Why don't you wear a mask? Don't you care about my life?" And I responded, "You just now realize I care about my life over yours?" Yeah, that was, they looked at me, they're like, shocked I said that. I actually did something really different. I listened to liberal media yesterday, and it was honestly one of the funniest things I've ever heard. I'm not joking. They were like, well, if you have empathy and you care like we do, you would understand. I'm like, wow. I'm like, God, I feel bad for you because you actually believe the bullshit you're selling. Or if you don't, you're doing really damn good to make me believe you believe it. And that's not easy to do with someone like me.
Good morning, D.D. Myers.
My daughter is so ready to have her baby. She is posting she's got a countdown going now.
Countdown? Huh?
Oh, yeah, 60-day. She just did a video. She's got a 60-day until she meets him. She's already made comments that she can't wait to take family pictures with him. And her poor little belly button is now an outie. It's no longer an innie.
So, Geek, you put something in the chat there. Have you heard libraries are considered harmful to women and people of color, or some BS like that? You know it is coming. So, have you actually heard this? Have you actually heard this, or are you projecting?
I'm projecting.
Okay.
I was about to say, please tell me you're wrong, because God knows I'd love to be wrong about stupid shit like that.
Well, no, I've not heard that. I've not heard that, but wow, we service probably more of the disadvantaged than the advantaged.
Oh, I have no
or so-called.
Yeah, I have no doubt in my mind, but unfortunately, it just seems like they go after every civil or civic community, and the library is one that has not been touched, thank God. But I could see them trying to say that, I could see it coming.
One of the biggest sections of our library, anyway, that gets checked out is books on true crime. And you know who checks them out? Women.
Women and people of color?
Women.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but here's the thing. Most of the crime is committed by men.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, but there's those ones that you don't know about.
I just think it's funny that women want to read about true crime committed by men.
Probably because it's somewhat, a prepared statement, or, they want to get the knowledge on, most likely they want to.
That may be fact. That may be fact, but what you don't hear about is the true crimes committed by women.
Oh, you hear about it. It's just not as common.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Jesus
it does
Christ.
happen, and I think it's actually happening more and more.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Here we go again. Some asshole going, "Oh, the Space Force logo looks like the Starfleet logo." You fucking morons!
Who cares?
Well, it always amazes me how stupid people are, because they keep going, "Oh, it looks like the Star Trek Delta." Actually, the Star Trek Delta is based on the original NASA logo.
Yep, that's true. That is true.
But yet nobody seems to remember that aspect. That the whole original Delta is based around the concept of NASA's original logo. And of course, NASA has changed their logo up some. But if you look at the original logo, you'll understand where this Delta came from. And the Delta modification they have here for the Space Force is the modification of United States Air Force Space Command that was established in 1991 and had a very similar logo. All they did was they took that. What they did was they did with Space Force the same thing they did with Air Force. They took a particular branch, like for example, in the Army, they took the Army Air Corps and created the Air Force out of that. It's the same thing they did with the U.S. Space Command. U.S. Space Command was a MAGCOM, and it obviously had what was needed, so that's why they created a Space Force out of that. And it makes total sense, but then I see stupid shit like this, and I'm sorry, it just
ignore it.
Off the ignorance.
Yeah, just ignore it. It's not worth it.
Yeah, no. But I've got a buddy of mine. Yeah, I've got buddies of mine right now who transferred out of the Air Force to become Space Force service members because well, I talked to him and I said, "Did you ask or did you get a son?" He goes, "Well, they were looking for people to come over, and yeah, I thought it'd be a great opportunity to lead, new people in a new career in a new military." They said it's an
Mm-hmm.
opportunity I just couldn't pass up. And I said, and I was talking to my buddy Ming, who's a chief master sergeant, and now he was a chief master sergeant in the Air Force, and now he's a chief master sergeant in the Space Force. And he's excited because he feels he's going to be able to do something new that he really didn't think he'd be able to do. And he's going to be part of the pioneering crew of putting together a new military force. And he's excited about it. And I told him, I said, dude, I've known this guy for a long time. I'm like, man, with leaders like you, we got a good program starting.
Very good.
Just ignore the ignorant.
Yeah. Yeah. You kind of have to.
I just don't like people making jokes about, I don't know, like I said, it's just, I hate when people are so ignorant.
Well, it just means that they don't know.
Yeah, the problem is it would take a very, very short amount of time for them to figure it out. But anyway, like I said, it comes down to mostly the ignorance of understanding. And like I said, I know several good people who are part of this new military, and I'm glad to know it personally because I'm like, man, these are good people. They're going to do their damnedest. They did their damnedest when they were in the Air Force. They're going to do their damnedest for this.
Well, at least there's. Yeah, it's a good thing. Did you see? I think I was seeing it on my Twitter feed. Either Twitter or Facebook, where you could go out and look at the SpaceX launch. I think it was a SpaceX launch or something. Something where you could see it in the the early morning or nighttime sky.
With the actual launch, where are they launching from?
I don't know, wherever they launch from. It used to be Cape Canaveral. I don't know where they do their launches from anymore.
Oh. You would have to be within a certain radius to actually see it.
Oh no, because it leaves a trail from the fuel or something, and it kind of lights up the nighttime or morning sky.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you must know what I'm talking about. I'm sure you've seen it.
Let's see here.
Wish I
SpaceX
had an
launch.
example. You know how when like if
They
New
launched the
Mexico
Starlink on the 24th.
well, I don't know, maybe this old news feed.
There's a launch tomorrow from Cape Canaveral. SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket will launch the 24th batch of approximately 60 satellites as Starlink. That's their next launch.
No, whatever I was viewing, it was nice. From morning, and it was like a trail. It must have been some old. I don't know why they would post old stuff like that. Like I said, I can't remember if it was on Facebook or Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how long you got before you go, Professor?
I got about 30 minutes. Should get something to eat.
Well,
Anything in
don't
particular?
let us hold you up.
Oh, what was that, Geek?
I said anything in particular for breakfast.
Maybe a bowl of Cheerios.
What kind of Cheerios?
Well, everybody will give me crap for it, but cinnamon.
Why would anybody give you crap for cinnamon Cheerios?
Because people go, ooh, cinnamon Cheerios. Ooh, that sounds terrible. That's all I ever hear about that.
Oh,
Just give
really?
me
I
a
thought you were
regular.
going to say regular Cheerios because I always remember everybody had to put sugar in the the regular Cheerios.
Then a regular bowl of Cheerios is fine by itself. Just add peaches or strawberries, and you're good to go. Or bananas if you like
Hail, Karuga Carlo.
banana.
And good morning.
Good, yeah. So, hey, well, you're saying wow. Um,
Wow. What? Huh?
Yeah, you
Did
say.
I miss something?
Did you nearly say hail on?
I did not.
I know. That's
No,
why.
he hasn't
That's
been
why.
saying that recently. He has not been saying hail on.
Okay.
I don't want it hailing on me.
Hello,
I'm a
Carlo.
Krogan
It's
citizen now.
great to
I
see
did
you.
get brainwashed into being one, but
Oh, okay.
and good evening, Carlo.
Yes.
Hello,
Good evening.
Carlo. How is life across the pond?
Sorry, I'm just playing, Carlo. I forgot it's afternoon there.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Johnny Lance is to return as Q in Picard season 2.
John Delancey.
What?
Unless he
Yep.
snaps, unless he snaps his
Hmm.
fucking fingers and says, "Okay, Jean-Luc, I'm tired of this. We're gonna fix your problem."
That'd be too easy.
No, but that's how it should be.
Good morning, Eastland Burkholder.
Oh, we got the Eastland in. Oh,
Yeah, she's in the
Eastland,
house.
greetings.
I just noticed my daughter sent me an IM message. She said his kicks are getting more pronounced. I guess Frederick's going to be an active little baby.
Mm.
So where's Bird of Prey 5?
Yeah, I was wondering where Bird might be.
Yeah, where is Bird?
Bird of Prey 5, Bird of Prey 5, Bird of Prey 5.
He'll show up. He'll show up.
Pharmacy and the military. Wait, we have pills other than Motrin? Oh, you'd have to have been in the military to know these jokes.
Eastland says, this is not good thing. Q on poop card.
Uh-oh.
Now, LDG is all a titter about Q being on Picard.
Uh-oh. Is he now?
Yes, he's all excited.
Oh.
Oh shit!
He said, I now have a reason to watch Picard season 2.
Oh my god! There's a trailer for Discovery season 4.
Yes, there's one other. Well, it's a teaser. It's a teaser, not a trailer.
Oh god! I don't even have the sound on. This looks horrible.
And there's a teaser for Picard. There's a teaser for Lower Decks. And strangely, we did not get one for
Lower Deck?
Prodigy.
Oh, what is
Prodigy is the Star Trek animated show that's going to be on Nickelodeon. It's aimed for kids, unlike Lower Decks, which is not a kids show.
No, absolutely not.
Even though it's animated.
Well, it can be animated with fuck, Heavy Metal's animated. You wouldn't recommend that for a child.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Just saying. This is aimed for children.
Although I did watch Heavy Metal as a child because, hey, I was a child of the 80s and we just got to watch whatever the hell we wanted.
Yeah.
I wasn't able to.
Well, technically neither was I, but I did learn how to get away with things. I was a sneaky little bastard back in the day.
And yes, Carlo's correct. Lower Decks comes out the 12th day of August. That's the only one we have an official date for.
You know,
which is strange because Prodigy should be coming out pretty quick here. And we did not get a trailer or teaser at all for Strange New Worlds, which I thought was interesting. That's the one I'm most interested in.
I like this meme I just saw. Sleep with me, Catherine, and I'll return you to Earth. I'll even throw in a promotion. No, Harry, same deal. 10 minutes later, they're on Earth. That's too good. I'm going to have to like that one. That was too good a meme.
Oh, who embezzled? Somebody embezzled money for the show?
Cinnabon would like this. I just saw this on a tweet. So Picard has a dog. Discovery has a cat. This means that Strange New Worlds will get a horse, right? Pike deserves some time off with horses. And we know how Cinnabon loves horses.
Why not a jackass? My neighbor actually has plenty of goats and apparently has a jackass to boot. Apparently, jackasses are very protective of goats. I'm actually not joking. I'm dead serious. They have a donkey because donkeys are protective of goats. I saw that firsthand. Daisy Ridley still acts? Oh, I didn't know that.
And Bill has muted.
Yeah, did you know Daisy Ridley is still acting? Apparently, there's something on here about Spider-Woman rumors. No? Oh, okay.
What?
Didn't hear about that.
I don't know. Something about. I don't know. It's probably clickbait.
Well, yeah, probably.
Finally clarified the Spider-Woman rumors after reports swirled. I was like, I didn't even know there was. I didn't know there was rumors.
Eastland, I actually did not dislike Picard season 1. I mean, it wasn't great, but it was decent. Yeah, I had a lot of problems, don't get me wrong, but it was better than Discovery by a long shot.
I have a crazy question. Is anybody going to visit Bozeman, Montana if they're still alive April 4th, 2063? Because I honestly think I would do it. I'd be in my 90s.
Probably not.
No, I'd be in my 70s and 80s. No, I'd be in my 80s.
Well, I would be 91.
What day?
Almost
92.
April 4th, 2063. I would be. I was born in 79, so And it would be
April 5th. April 5th.
70, I'd be 72. Oh, I can make it if I'm still
April
alive.
5th. How old are you, Geek?
Yeah. I'm 41.
Okay, so you'd be in your 80s. You'd be 83.
Oh, yeah, I'd be in my 80s. Sorry, because
I'd be
69,
in my
I'd be 69, I'd be 90. Yep, you're right. I'd be in my 80s. I could still make it.
I'd be 91.
Okay, this is the most disgusting first contact day I've ever seen advertised because it was almost exclusively the new shit.
The new stuff, huh?
Well, see, here's my problem about being there in Montana for first contact day. I'd be afraid I'd get hit by the Borg fire when they fired on the.
On the Oh, you mean when they fired on when they thought it was an econ raid? Gotcha.
Yeah.
Carlo, you'll be 78. I have a feeling I honestly want to go there in that time frame just to see how many other old ass geeks and nerds show up like me. Ah. Yeah. Maybe I'll put that on my calendar for something to plan. Oh, what do you got planned in 40 years? I'm thinking about going to Bozeman, Montana. What's in Bozeman? That's first contact. You know it's not going to happen, right? Doesn't matter. I just want to be there.
That would be something to do. It's something to look forward to. There's a goal, right?
Yeah.
It's a hell of a achievable goal.
What do you guys think about the new Ghostbusters movie coming out?
When it comes out.
Yeah, when it comes out.
I'm looking forward to it.
Afterlife. I think we're getting it November for Thanksgiving.
I'm going to give it a shot. I did not give the 2016 one a shot, but let's be honest, they looked horrible.
It did.
It still is. It still is. It's the one you want to forget. Don't even associate it with anything that's Ghostbusters that's come before it.
Oh, I have no interest in seeing the movie. Never have. There are movies that they're like, well, you haven't seen it, so how can you tell? I'm like, if I really am that annoyed with the trailer, trust me, the movie is, unless it's going to be like Big Hero 6 and totally blow my mind, it's not going to happen. November 11th is when the new Ghostbusters is coming.
November? Wow.
Yeah, November 11th.
Yeah.
Okay, is anybody going? You think there'll be a? Do you think there'll be an homage to Harold Ramis? Something?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, these are supposed to be his grandkids, I think, in the film.
Yeah. And good morning, just another Richard. Great to see you here, buddy.
Hey, buddy. Hey, Richard. Yeah, oh, they're supposed to be Harold Ramis's grandkids. Okay, good.
Well, Egon's.
Yeah. Egon's. I know what you mean. And
good morning, just another Richard.
I wonder if Rick Moranis will make he has been largely retired since after his wife's passing. And
but he raised his kids.
Yes, that is exactly what he did. He raised his children and decided he enjoyed it. More than he wanted to go back to acting. So, yeah, I mean, good for him. It's one of those things why I never when the Snyder Cut finally came out, you know, when Schneider left the series, you know, left the movie after his daughter died, I absolutely had no issues with that. I'm like, I get it. He tried. He couldn't do it. I can't say, as a father, I can't say I blame him. So I don't blame him for the 2017 Justice League we got. Because that guy was put in one of the worst.
No, that was Joss Whedon.
Yeah, but I mean, the guy was just put in a horrible position.
Yeah. In his, studio. Apparently, there's a lot of stuff with that. But he did the Geek and Nerd, which was uncool.
I thought it was so
kind of unforgivable.
I'm still surprised at the fact that, you know, people were like, release the Snyder Cut, and then it turned out there really was one.
But that's the thing. I think a lot of them already knew.
Yeah, but they kept trying to tell people there's no Snyder Cut, there's no this, there's no that. And it turned out there was, and it just needed the money to be completed. And hey, I'm going to say this from that, watching that 4-hour movie with my wife and everything, I'm like, that $70 million was well spent.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, he was Lieutenant Starbuck in, got it, Dirk Benedict, gotcha. Just trying to figure who that was, Eastland.
I hate when your legs interact. It itches. Okay. Moving right along. What else is going on in the world today? I mean, is there any other entertainment? Do we know? Now, I know a lot of people don't like Tom Cruise after what he did. And
what'd he do?
He yelled at the crew of, I think, the next Mission Impossible film about wearing the mask or whatnot. He had an outbreak.
Is it kind of like the Bale outbreak from?
No, he had a rant where, good morning, Mr. Lundell's Groovy Movies. Great to see you.
Would it be like that Christian Bale rant he had on the Terminator movie? I mean, in similar fashion.
Yeah, I think so. Where he was screaming at other cast members and crew about not wearing a mask or something. I'm sure you heard the audio. He was just screaming at.
No, this is the first I've heard of it.
It leaks from somebody. This was a couple months back.
No, I haven't heard it. Not that I spend a lot of time worrying about what celebrities do.
Right. Right, because they got it all, right? They got it going. Got the money, the lifestyle. Tom Cruise was just shooting. I think he just felt that way because, that was the vid thing, it was over the vid thing and regulations. But still, he shouldn't. The way he screamed at the people was inappropriate and not right. Unprofessional, some may say. Anyway, that's old news. Anyway, I was just wondering if anybody knows when that.
Yeah, I haven't been paying attention to that shit. There's a lot of things I don't get involved in.
Right. All right, where are you, Bird? Colin, Bird, and Prey 5. Center stage. It's all right. It's all right. No worries.
Wait, you mean I need to show an ID to get a fishing license? Well, yeah, mister. It's not like you're just voting for the president or something.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I do need to get my fishing license renewed. Being here in, well, actually, I need to check it. I'm probably going to have to maybe get an Indiana and an Illinois, being so close to the border of Illinois.
Oh, Bird has to see a Krogan dentist today. Oh,
damn them Krogan dentists. They better get good. They better get good social. Are they union? Does Kroga allow unions?
I will not know. Wouldn't have the answer for that one. Good morning, Mr. Lundell.
Hey.
There's Bird right there in the chat. Hail Kuroga, Bird. Don't know what the time, but the dentist is coming yet.
Oh.
Hail Kuroga.
Oh,
Hello, Mr. Lundell.
Hey.
Oh, the dentist is coming to see Bird. Okay. I should have put that together. My apologies, Bird. I thought you were going to see the dentist. Mr. Lundell.
Yes.
How
are you doing this morning?
State of Texas.
I'm peachy.
Peachy? Carlo goes, he has me summoned.
I'm eating my Cheerios.
Nice.
You know, it's funny when you mentioned Cheerios. The other day I went to Walmart. My daughter goes, "Can you pick up Cheerios?" And I said, "Well, what type?" And she goes, "Honey Nut Cheerios." She goes, "What do you mean, what type?" I'm like, "Honey, there's a shit ton of Cheerios. Which ones do you want?" She goes, "Oh, the Honey Nut." I was like, "Okay, thank God, the one I know." And I'm sorry, you go look at Cheerios now. There is a shit ton of Cheerios all over the place. There is like what now? 20 brands of Cheerios, 20 brands of Corn Flakes. I miss Tony the Tiger commercials. God, they're great.
Yeah. That was the campaign.
I still say Lucky Charms needs more marshmallows.
What?
I just think Lucky Charms needs more marshmallows. That's all.
Okay. Just
What?
buy your,
There's not enough
just go buy
marshmallows
just
in.
go buy old Multimeal, and I think Multimeal has their version of the same type of cereal.
Did anybody have a favorite cereal growing up? Because I actually had one. I'll never forget it. Cookie Crisp. I thought I was so cool as a kid getting to eat cookies for breakfast in milk.
Yeah. Apple
What about you
Jacks are
guys?
good. Apple Jacks are good.
Never had
Yeah,
apple.
they were
Apple
pretty
Jacks
good.
and Fruit Loops.
Fruit Loops, Frosted Flakes.
Yes, Frosted Flakes.
I guess
What
those
about you,
were my
Mr.
two
Lundell?
standbys.
Oh, I like the mini shredded wheats.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
what-
pretty good too.
I didn't get into shredded wheat until I was older. I couldn't deal with the texture until I was older.
Frosted mini wheats.
What are you laughing at, Mr. Lundell?
You and the
Mr.
frosted
Lund-
mini wheats.
Mr. Lundell probably cooks his hot dogs on a fire pit with his batla.
Wait, where?
I bet he doesn't.
How did this turn from breakfast cereal to hot dogs?
Because I know Mr. Lundell has an excellent batla hanging up in his room.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he doesn't cook with it. I'm sure.
Hey, Kalis plowed fields with his batla. So I can believe
Yeah, but
Mr. Lundell would occasionally, just maybe,
no, I don't
Cook a
think he
hot
wants
dog
to
on it.
damage his batleth.
and that is true. I mean, we could go with his Defiant picture, but I have a feeling a quantum torpedo is really not going to cook a burger or a hot dog the way you want it.
Yeah, probably not.
No, it wouldn't.
And I doubt the phase cannons can get the crisp just right.
Right.
Huh. I just got an invitation from StreamYard. I'm invited to their virtual summit.
Mm. Wonder what that is for. You? How did you get
Hey,
on that
I know
list?
it's been a while since you've. Oh, okay. Hmm.
Is there any interesting shows anybody's watching? I have no idea where it comes to shows. I know there's a lot
I need
of
to
shows.
drop off actually.
Time for you to
I
go to
need-
work?
Yeah, I need to get my vitamins and take my
All right.
vitamins and head off to work, or I'll be late.
Thank you for dropping by, Professor Brainy Specs.
Thank you for bringing me up on the panel, Jedi
Yeah.
Bill. It's good to see you home. You look good. Don't forget to take your medication, and let's see, when will that be? About 2.5 hours?
Yep. Will do. Have them on
So you-
standby.
so
I
you
didn't
better
have time to go out and get the day of the week thing.
The pill box.
Yeah, the pill box.
Oh, look at that, Bill. Somebody's like about to smack you, be like, you better take your med. Look behind you.
Yeah, I see him.
Oh, kitty
And
cat.
he's
That's
like,
a tiger.
oh,
That's a tiger.
you look skinny. What'd you do, man? Put him on a diet?
No. They have their food. Trust me. When we eat, if we were eating, doesn't matter. They want what we're eating all the time.
Where,
Oh, yes, they do.
Where are you
Okay.
sitting right now in your place? Oh, sorry, Jeff. I know you got to get going, get ready for work,
That's
brother.
no, that's all right. Everyone have a great
I'm
day.
in my
Talk to you
room.
soon.
My bed. The bedroom. The bedroom.
It doesn't. Yeah, okay. You're not in the living room then.
No.
Okay. Got to figure out where you're at. You move around a lot. See, Mr. Lundell's place, I can actually close my eyes and pretty much visualize his room. And it's pretty simple. There's Mr. Lundell. There's a beautiful Batla. There is a Defiant. There is the awesome Nichelle Nichols picture. There is this beautiful display of vinyl. Did I about sum that up, Mr. Lundell? I'm sure I missed something.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, Mr. Lundell, I got to show you this. You might not have saw this. I went to an antique store the other day that's only open a short time, and I could not resist. I decided to pick this up to put as a display.
Rotary.
You're damn right.
I wonder would they still work today. You know that?
If I had a landline in my house, not a landline, sorry, if I had, phone access and stuff, I'd be able to see if it worked.
Yeah.
But I don't have an RJ. Oh man, it's been so long. I keep wanting to say RJ45, but that doesn't sound right.
Thank you, Captain Truck, for
But
putting
anyway, the phone jack.
the link for.
Oh
the,
no,
What?
you want to hear the funny thing? My wife came in yesterday, saw the thing on the, and just to give you guys an entertainment, this is what my wife did the other day, and I'm sure most of us can appreciate this. Back in the day, that these young millennials never get to experience. Yeah. What? You know what? I'm done. Yeah. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Remember that? The whole satisfaction of the
Yeah.
slam.
Hanging
You
out. Yeah.
slam it hard enough, it rings.
Yes. Yes. That is it. You slam it so hard it rings. The motherfucker rings, and you're like, you just felt so good. Yeah. Hung up on that motherfucker. Or the personal favorite. How come you didn't answer the phone? It's like, well, how did you know who called you? I don't. Don't you have an answering machine? No, I didn't have an answering machine. I hadn't bought one yet. What do you mean you have to buy an answering machine? Doesn't the phone have it? No, we have to have a physical answering machine.
I'd like to
how
say
do you know who calls you?
good morning, JJ
Is
Sith
it a
Lord
message?
3827.
Yeah,
Pick up the phone and ask.
RJ45 is Ethernet. Yes, I know. I keep trying to remember what the jack is for the phone. It's not RJ45. It's a smaller connection, but can't remember the number. No, but it looks similar. A bird in the ring.
Are you sure it uses that clip in, or do you have to take the little the little different wires into the wall?
No, the RJ45 jack and the telephone jack are different sizes.
Yeah, I know, but
They
There
look
was
similar, but yeah, the clip and everything is still pretty much the same.
yeah, but remember there was that deal you would just clip in. That was later on. Used to be it was hardwired into a little box.
Oh fuck.
This
RJ11. That's what it was called. RJ11. That is what a phone jack is called. I was just looking that up. Yeah, and you can tell because an RJ11 and RJ45 are relatively different sizes. Also, when you're looking at an RJ45 for a phone jack, when I used to have to set up uh, shielded pair twisted, the shielded twisted pair, they wanted it in a certain order. And then, of course, you would test the fluke out to make sure there was no issue in between, and then
hmm.
your landline would be connected if it worked.
How you doing today, JJ?
Captain Track. I'm surprised you're not hanging out.
And we have JJ, Sith Lord, 3827 in the chat.
Yeah, he mentioned RJ45 as Ethernet, and he's
Right,
actually
yeah.
he's completely correct on that.
And there he is, the random menace himself.
Oh,
Greetings.
greetings from the
Yosef.
future. Well, greetings from the past, brother.
What? How are the things in the future? I guess we'll hear about them in a bit. You're talking about an R11, he says. Says the random menace. And Catman, aka DD Meyer, says, "Greetings, future man." Such a awesome cast of characters we have on the panel and in the chat. Great to see you. Good morning, everybody. Hope you got your coffee up. Good to hear it, JJ. Awesome.
Hey, Bill, I'm going to take a few minutes. I got to work with the wife. She's
Oh,
got
sure. Absolutely.
She's got an appointment today, and I need to go over make sure what our schoolwork is. So I'll be back in a little bit, buddy.
All right.
You and Mr. Lundell have a killer time while I'm gone.
Okay. Sure. My cat was looking up at me.
Mm-hmm.
You got any cool premieres going on today, or?
I gotta look it up. I did all the movies Sunday. I forgot the order they're in. Oh, today is the Black Widow.
Is that Hail from the 40s? Or is it older?
50s. It's probably late 40s into the 50s. It's in color. While I'm at it, I will just okay. So if you follow me on Twitter, I just sent out a time of the movie on the tweet.
Nice. Was that days of off work with the renewage of? That's confusing, Random Minis. Are you off work or you're not? Which is it? Which is it? Oh, you can't have a ton of work. Okay, I got it. I follow you now. Cool. Who's watching? Does anybody watch Emmerdale's? What is one of the? If that's something I should take a gander at. And that's that Hulu series original. Is there is there any newer shows on any of the streaming services that anybody's watching?
For me, it's been a couple of documentaries on Netflix. It was The Lost Pirate Kingdom and Age of Samurai Battle for Japan. They were multi-episode documentaries. I ended up binge watching both of them.
Yeah. So, yeah. Well, I think a lot of folks are watching Falcon and the Winter Soldier, but that's in what, 2 days. You're gonna watch the next episode of that. All Mankind TV show.
I am so burned out on Marvel shit.
Yeah. Well, I've been watching the newer stuff, and it's okay. Not impressed. Easter holiday, Friday to Monday, huh? Days off work, but 300 meals that need your attention. What? Okay. Hey, Dave D Sound. Good morning. Great to see you, man. Okay, Random Menace. The link is at the top of the chat. I got it pinned. You're invited if you have time to grace us with your presence. Just to let you know. Hang out. I don't know what there's got to be something interesting that we can find to talk about. You slept late finally. Yay! That's always a good thing. It's the only new stuff most of the time. Watch classic TV. Yeah, I know. I know what you mean, JJ. I've been rewatching Sons of Anarchy and let's see, Rescue. I don't know if anybody ever watched the show Rescue Me, with starring Dennis Leary, about FDN.
Oh, he was a fireman.
Yeah, FDNY Fire Department. Yeah, I enjoyed that show. It was a good mix of comedy and drama. There's a new show with him. It's supposed to come out. I think on. I think on Hulu. You can watch it on Hulu if you have Hulu available to you. Something called the Waltons or something. Not the Waltons, but something with a W.
It couldn't be the Waltons. I'm not.
No, yeah.
Could you imagine Dennis Leary in the 30s during the Depression? Yeah, it's just shut up and cut some wood. You know?
Right. I don't know. I've seen the previews for it somewhere. But I guess his adult children are living back at home or something, which is not common to what happens today. I guess there's a lot of that going on, or has been for a while. Adult children living with their parents still. I don't because, well, there's lots of good reasons for that.
It's about having your own damn space.
Hey, welcome the Bounty Hunter Network. Great to see you. Great to see you, Bounty Hunter Network. After 6. What was what after? Okay, Game of Thrones, yeah. Through season 6, yeah. Well, I thought 7. I thought 7 was pretty good, but yeah, pretty much it's all.
Yeah, the only problem with Game of Thrones is the way it ended.
Yeah.
They didn't know how to end it. Okay.
Yeah.
Even I'm like, okay, I'm one of the few people I have no problem with what happened to the Night King. I guess I'm the only one that paid attention and realized that Arya could indeed kill the Night King. She had the skills to do it. Everybody was so wrapped up in Jon Snow.
Yeah, I know, but it was a kill that was taken away from Jon Snow. It would have been. I think if they chose to go another route and Jon Snow would have been the one.
Well, see better. Now, if Sansa killed him, I'd be raising hell right along with y'all.
Yeah.
See? But at least Arya had that arc. She was out there on her own, fending for herself. She learned to be she learned the skill of being an assassin. Mm-hmm. So she knew what she was doing.
Yeah.
And if you notice, she was up top when Sansa was down in the damn catacomb hiding from everything.
Right.
So not really a problem with her killing the Night King. Other than, the rest of the stuff now, after all the stuff after that, the way, the everything just happened too damn fast.
Yeah. Well, for a long time that show had a thing where you didn't think that John Bean's character was gonna get 86 the first season out.
That didn't bother me either because you saw him and his children, even Snow.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw what he talked, everything he said in that season. You saw it in his children about being honorable and so forth. So Snow, I mean, not Snow. You know what I'm
That
talking.
that
He
show,
lived.
its acting and everything was brilliant up until
Yeah,
past season.
that last
Season,
season. Uh-huh.
yeah, past season 6, like Bird says, and pretty much I'd have to agree.
That's well.
I
That's
mean, 7. I
because.
mean, although I did enjoy season 7,
Uh-huh.
I didn't find it too bad. It's when they got. It's when they took off a whole year, and then came back with what they came back.
Yeah.
This is what we waited a year for. This garbage. Really,
Uh-huh.
you're going to end it this way? It
Yeah.
shows what hack writers that Denny and D. Weiss, whatever,
Yeah. They didn't have any
Where's
source
their
material.
next work? I don't think we're gonna see it. You know why? Because of what they did in Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna see it. They were supposed to do all this great things on
Netflix.
with Netflix or whatnot. I don't think we're ever gonna see those series. I don't think we're ever gonna see them.
What was it supposed to be?
I don't know. There was rumors of one about a Civil War one that, I know that was one of the concepts.
Well, you're just going to have to give them source material with a beginning, middle, and end. That's the only way they'll know how to do it.
Right.
And let's face it, the TV show outpaced what the author was writing. They started a TV show before he even finished the saga, book wise.
And he still hasn't finished.
No,
he still hasn't finished it.
He probably doesn't have to. I mean, he's making money just showing up places in that funny little hat. I mean,
yeah. But you had those moments like the Red Wedding that really blew people for a loop.
Oh, see, if you read the book, you knew that was coming.
Yeah. I hadn't read the books. I know after watching those first few seasons, I wanted to read the books, and I haven't yet. I mean, I have the first book, but I haven't got. After seeing the ending, it's like,
Why bother?
Yeah. Why bother? It's all ruined for you because the visual companion is ruined. Anyway, it was quite good for a time, but rewatchability, I haven't gone back to re. Didn't go rewatch. Well, if you go watch a few, early seasons, they're fine. Yeah. I mean,
okay, see, Bird, now
two favorite episodes.
Is going to throw that in there.
My two favorite episodes are Hard Home and Battle of Bastards. Those are the two best episodes.
Yeah, Battle of the Bastards. Yeah, I like that one too. That was, and I'm looking at the chat. Now, Bird, don't even start that argument. She killed him without using any of the power she learned. Bird, she was an assassin. Okay? Sometimes an assassin just walks up behind the guy, plunges a dagger between his shoulder blades, and gets paid. Okay? Yeah. She doesn't have to put on a mask to kill everybody all the time. It's about getting the job done. That's all. She killed him. And actually, she did use some of the skills. The knife drop, okay? She used the same thing on a trained swordsman. that was like 3 times her size. Remember? So
Yeah.
she used the skills, damn it. Quit complaining. I wanted to see Snow kill him too, but that's not what the writers had in mind, and they made it believable.
Hmm. They did use some. I mean, they did a great job on some of those dragons, and it just they didn't. You wanted to see so much more, and according to the books, there's so much more they could have done with the ice, the ice people, and the Ice King and everything. I would have wanted to see him riding the ice spiders and whatnot,
You mean
and
the wild?
Lady Stoneheart. If they would have had some of that in there, I mean, just think of the potential where they could have gone with it. I mean, really, if they really fumbled the ball. Really, they really, they really messed up with the way they did the ending and everything.
Yeah.
But it's done now.
Yeah,
It's
it's
like,
over.
yeah, it's kind of like the Star Wars sequel trilogy. It's done now. What you guys, your irreparable damage you've done. Of course, you never cared. You never cared about the fans. I don't understand how a corporation can buy something. It has such a big fan base and totally shit all over them the way they did. I don't know how that
That's
bitch
it.
Catherine Kennedy can have a smile on her face, knowing that she destroyed.
No,
It.
she had because it's the bullshit they've been fed for years. Okay, all of a sudden, all you have to do is use the word problematic, and you've got these dumbasses right on cue with you. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
how Luke Skywalker? I mean, I need to hear that argument as to how Luke Skywalker is problematic. And don't give me that male white male supreme. That's bullshit. If you
Yeah.
watch the sequel, if you watch the prequel trilogy, you will understand what the Republic looked like before the Emperor took over.
Yeah.
And what Luke is doing is resetting things so it will go back to that. You look at the Jedi's before the Emperor, they were men, they were women, they were all different species. It was about your ability to manipulate the force. And you were trained to
It was
do it.
merit based.
Yeah,
I
good
mean, if you
point.
think about it,
Hello, the
if you
Bounty
think
Hunting
about
Network.
Hello,
one of
everyone.
the
Oh,
one of the things that I know a lot of people got upset about in the prequels was the whole M count, the midichlorian thing. I said, okay, my counter to that was, okay, you're a religious order. You've been around now for 25,000 years. You have special abilities that you can do. I gotta believe there is a scientific department, just like there is in the Catholic organization, to help with that kind of stuff. So I said, this is actually completely logical and makes total sense that it fits just fine in the narrative. They figured out, okay, there's a certain thing. They called it midichlorian, could have called it whatever. And they realized this is the thing that, allows them to access the force. Yeah, after 25,000 years, I would like to think they figured that shit out. Now, of course, you get to the original series, and most people, you got to think about this too. Let's say, for the sake of argument, episode 1, there are what? Maybe a million Jedi. Maybe a million. Let's just say there's a million Jedi.
Hmm.
In a galaxy of trillions and trillions of people. The Jedi are going to be looked at still by a lot of people as very mysterious, very mystique, very strange,
Mhm.
very powerful, because even though the knowledge is available, it's not necessarily accessible, or maybe people are just not, accessing it the way they do. For example, let's look at Bo-Katan. Bo-Katan she was in the Clone Wars. She'd seen Jedi. She had seen clones, sorry. And then you get to the point where, I screwed that up, sorry.
Okay.
And then you get to the point where she realizes the guy fighting in the corridor is a Jedi. And the way she says it is very impactful. She goes, a Jedi. I mean, the way she says it is impactful and powerful. Like, she's the only person in that group who knows what a Jedi is really capable of. So it fits, if that makes sense.
Hmm.
Mhm.
But you got to remember, most of the galaxy doesn't know what a Jedi, what Jedi are. They never do. I mean, even Luke doesn't necessarily know what a Jedi is. I mean, he's familiar with the Clone Wars. He knows what a Jedi is, but doesn't mean he knows, the deep down, because what does the Emperor try to do? Well, you pull the Nazi thing, you or a communist thing, you suppress all the old history
Right.
and change it.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
Go ahead. We want to hear your take, Down Here Network.
Hello there.
Hello.
Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm doing very well, but yeah, I came in here, and then people,
What?
yeah, people were in there fighting over Game of Thrones and Star Wars. I'm like, well, I hated how Game of Thrones ended, and then Star Wars that got chucked in the blender.
Yeah.
I never Bounty Hunter Network. I'll be honest with you. I saw Game of Thrones. I binged it, I think, 2 weeks before the season finale. And I gotta be honest, my daughter loves that series. Me, I thought it was ungodly boring. And by the time I got to the end, I got caught up right to before the season finale. And I saw the episode and I said, whew. I said, I have a very bad feeling people are going to be pissed. And then I started seeing shit on Twitter. I was like, oh,
you know
damn
what?
it, I'm right again.
You know why we were pissed? Because we were watching it season by season, and they took a whole year off, and then they came back with this shit, less episodes, shorter times, and then and then there was that one episode in season 8 where you couldn't see shit. It was too dark. They forgot to use lighting.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, I saw that episode, and I remember seeing the complaints, and I didn't get involved in it because I was literally like, okay, I am 7 years out of this. I am just watching as a new person, and I'm just watching to watch and see. And
well, if you were in it year to year, it meant more to you,
Oh God, I tried to watch the first year when it first came out, when HBO Max, I think, was given a free service.
Well, they didn't have HBO Max then.
Okay, well, whatever HBO's streaming service was at the time.
HBO now.
HBO now? Okay. I made it through 6 episodes and I stopped because I was bored. And then I finished it all 7 years later, and honestly, I was still fucking bored. I did not find the show that interesting. I found it
Not
boring
even
as
not
hell.
even the the drama when the Red Wedding came around, or
Oh, the Red Wedding was so silly. Not the death part, but seriously, the plot behind it was so retarded.
well, yeah, but
I just thought
it was one of those shocking
it was
moments.
retarded. I just felt it
Yeah.
was a retarded revenge plot. Now, I did enjoy how the daughter got payback later. That I did enjoy. I did enjoy the pink wedding, or the purple wedding, or whatever it was called. But when Joffrey finally fucking died.
Well, yeah, when he died, that was good.
I've got to be honest. Joffrey was literally like one of the only people I was like, oh, good, he's finally dead. Like, it's about fucking time. And Jon Snow, look, I give them complete credit for coming up with the idea of if someone is a bastard, they give them Snow, Sand, or whatever the hell last name.
Right.
Because they don't take the last name of the parent, the male parent. And I was like, okay, that's unique. But honestly, Bran became king. Give me a fucking break.
That's where they.
Just saying.
Yes, I know, but that's where they screwed up. Everything about that ending was a mess. Everything about those last 2 seasons was a fuck up.
They didn't know how to end it.
Yeah.
That was the problem.
Well, I have a question for you guys, Mr. Lundell, Jetta Bill, and because there is an interesting thing I do want to hear you guys' thoughts on. Do you think it was story appropriate for Daenerys to lose it like she did and burn the whole fucking place down?
Yeah.
You see, Mr. Lundell, I agree with you because that was actually, people are like, oh, there was the argument where, this is not her character. And I'm kind of like, I've been binging this and I'm like, this actually fits with her because she always seemed like she was just one step away from snapping.
Remember the first time we saw her, she sat in a tub of hot water that was 3 times hotter than it should have been. Okay. That was kind of crazy right there. She knew that water was too hot before the servant told her. Plus, go back. What did they call her father? The Mad King. Okay. And if you read, the book that Martin did, that's a history of Westeros, that family was known for inbreeding. And there was always one that popped up that went crazy. Okay, so that was appropriate.
No, that makes total sense because if you look at history, Mr. Lundell, I think you definitely know this, because I know you understand your history. Remember how the rich, why they were sick all the time? Because they were eating off of copper plates. Why were the poor and the slaves so healthy? Because they didn't eat off the copper. They weren't getting the lead poisoning that the rich people were getting. I mean, they were poisoning themselves, and they did believe, for a long time, many cultures believed in keeping purity of the blood. For those of you who don't know what that means, that is the way they understood incest. They believed in keeping purity of blood, which meant those things like that.
And then one other thing. In some instances, peasants actually had more of what we would call a rounded diet than rich people. Rich people would not eat vegetables. Okay, it was meat and bread for the most part. Stuff that, you know, too much you eating just constantly, you put the fat on and you'll die. And that's what happened in a lot of, with rich people. Peasants, they would, very small portions of meat, lots of vegetables, and then, they were working their asses off, 13, 14 hours a day as well. They actually, peasants actually lived a little bit better when they had the food than the wealthy who had the food constant all the time.
I was listening to a comedian on my XM radio, and he brought up the potato blight, and I couldn't find his jokes funny because he made the joke about, oh, you can't have a potato, just eat corn. Oh no, I don't like corn. It's like corn does not have the nutritional value that the potatoes had. And if you actually knew at the time that historical context, they were eating, the average Irish person was eating about 20 pounds of potatoes a day. But the potatoes had all, you know, it was part of their diet and it was supplemental to them and gave them. So when the famine hit and the British brought corn, well, let's be honest, corn does not have, corn may be fun to eat, but its nutritional value is nowhere near what a potato was.
Yeah.
So when I heard jokes, I was just like, you may be funny, but you're also an ignorant fuck. I'm like, I'm sorry. I like comedians like, and I was listening. I'm like, I like comedians like, call me crazy. I'm an old Richard Pryor guy. I want a guy who's actually going to tell me a joke that actually means something because I know he's right. I mean, Chevy Chase. I mean, one of the best ones, Chevy Chase and Richard Pryor on SNL. Whew! You'd never get that now. Never.
Yep. You can't now because everything's so crazy. I mean, they ruined Game of Thrones just for that one little moment to where they could be like Arya killed the Night King instead of Jon, or instead of Daenerys or Jon or someone more important. We had to have Arya kill him. And she didn't. And one of all, she didn't even use face power. She could have become a whatever she wanted to trick him, and then she just gets choke colded, and then she stabs him in the stomach. We had Ramsay Bolton, we had Joffrey, we had all these amazing villains, and then and Cersei, and then you're going to tell me that the biggest threat in all the realms and the kingdoms is just going to die by a stab to the stomach? I'm sorry, I don't believe that. We saw what these people could do.
Yeah.
They've been preparing for
And
7
Bram just sat there like a little bitch.
Yeah.
That's all he really could do.
Well, John sat there like he was like my queen, so I mean, John was just sitting there, and then Daenerys was over there drinking Starbucks. So I mean, do you remember that?
Yeah.
I mean, and then there was a water bottle under one dude's chair. I forget which one.
I saw those pictures, and I was like, "Oh, you dumbasses!"
That's how rushed it was.
It's like, come on, a little Photoshop.
Right.
I know.
A little editing. I mean, we're not asking for much. Just screen that out. take it chill.
They screened it out for future viewings, but the first viewing, seriously, like the first time you're showing these episodes, you're going to have all that in there. But people now see how rushed this was. I mean, it was a very rushed job just to get to Star Wars, and well, they got fired from that. So I mean,
Right.
Oh, what was it? Back when we first saw Lord of the Rings, there was a car driving by back in the theater thing that they edited down there. Like, damn it, we met. And, they even admitted, they're like, dude, we totally missed that shit.
yeah,
We're
well,
sorry.
no, that Arya scene of Gendry was more important than the Starbucks cup. We all know that now. They're like, we need it, boys. We need it. I don't even know why they did that. That was just the weirdest scene in that whole season to me. Even worse than Night King or Bran becoming king. I mean, to me, Bran, I guess, in a way makes sense, because he can see everything, but not like the way we would think. Like we would think, like John did all this. He survived the wall, came back to life. He'd be a perfect leader. And I mean, he killed Daenerys because she was basically, lady. Well, let's not get into that. But but I mean, when you really think about it, I think it's just like, why did you have to do all that? And to just prove your point about like this is what you want, because I don't think that's how George Martin wanted to end it. I really don't. I think that maybe Bran still maybe becomes king. That's maybe true, but I think there was more there to set it up. But you can't say that you know John is just rotting away in jail and he just accepts it like nothing's happening. And then Tyrion is like telling fairy tales about Bran over here. I mean, I don't know if I believe that or not. I mean, because I mean, but if you really think about it, going back to the first season, it makes sense why you would choose Bran. Because if you really think about it, he is like the main focus of the first if you really do think about it, it was him that fell from the tower. Everyone's looking after him. Everyone cares about him through everything. They're carrying him everywhere. Hodor dies for him at the door. I mean, if you think about it, Bran makes sense, but it's just I think that Martin was trying to explain it more, and they were like, "No, we got to go."
Right.
You may have a very good point there.
He does have a good point.
No, actually, the way he's making his point, I may have to talk to my daughter about the show based on what he's saying, because maybe there are just maybe it is a good show. Maybe I just didn't understand things. But Bounty Hunter Network here just made a very good play for Bram the Broken in a way that I have yet to hear. So, power to you, buddy. I love hearing different perspectives.
It would make, because if you think about it, it would make sense. John's there for him. Arya's there. Sansa's there. Everyone came together because of him. Everyone came together again because of Bran, if you really think about it. Because when he was broken, everyone had to help care for him. John had to go to the wall because he wanted to protect his family, and he didn't feel welcome. Then Jamie and Cersei, were doing whatever they.
Mother was such a bitch to John.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
You want to know why I don't care about the Red Wedding? I'm going to tell you why. I actually was okay with her dying because she was a fucking bitch-ass cunt. She hated him. She loved her husband, but hated him. Hated him. And then we find out later he's not even really, he's... what was the
Targaryen? He's a Targaryen.
Targaryen, thank you.
Targaryen,
yeah. So we find out he's been protecting him his whole goddamn life and lying about it to everyone. And I'm kind of like, you know what? I don't feel bad about her dying.
Well, she
Honestly,
didn't know that.
I
Sad
was
about
like,
the Red
yeah,
Wedding because
Okay, but yeah, you had the main
She-
stars of the show were Peter Dinklage and Jon Snow, and they're basically reduced to what Luke Skywalker was in the sequel trilogy. Nothing. A green, a blue titty milk sitting sack of nothing. Pretty much.
yeah. Like here, this is how I felt about it. They build John up, the big hero of the story, right? You know, he's the knight of the realms that have been broken by
He's the protector that they deserve. He's the King Arthur. He's the King
Yeah,
Arthur.
He's
He
the one.
the King of
reduced
Yeah,
to
the North.
nothing.
he's shot.
If I'm not mistaken, he's supposed to be the King of the North.
He's supposed to be the person that's
No.
supposed to bring people back from well, if you really think about it, they set John up to be a very big hero, and then in the
Yeah.
end, he got, he
There's
got
no
he
payoff.
got beat down more and more, and then he just became my queen. Man, he just listened to Daenerys in the final season.
I'll
It
be
was
back
all
in just a
about
minute.
her.
I'm gonna walk my wife.
Yeah.
I mean, I know some things are maybe, we can all have our disagreements about it, but it's like with what they set up for John, it was very underused.
Yes, exactly. I
And
agree
then
100%.
yeah, we can get talking about like with what happened with. I mean, I believe that everyone at the not Rob. Was it Rob Stark or Rob? Yeah, Rob, right? Because
Yeah.
trying to remember some things because it gets foggy. But he was trying to just live a happy life and he died. I believe the mom should have died though. I mean, she was being a complete jerk to almost everyone by then. John, she even talked a little smack to Arya sometimes, and sometimes Sansa just wasn't taking any of it. So I mean, she kind of became a little, not like a big villain, but a little villain, enough to where it set up the events, to where
Yeah.
that could happen to her. I mean, she was not the nicest person when you really think about it.
No.
So, but the thing that was so sad about Game of Thrones, the reason why I loved it so much is sometimes it wasn't even really maybe about the show itself. It was more about how these characters were. I mean, Ned. I mean, that's the classic case of a hero falling to like the Empire or something. I mean, he
Yeah.
literally fell for the kingdoms. He got his head chopped off, and then everyone became sad, and then John
Oh,
stepped up.
I remember seeing him in the first season, and it's like, that was so shocking. It was like, no! We only get one season of this guy, and then it's,
I mean,
off with the head.
Sean Bean always dies, so I mean, it's not.
yeah.
Yeah.
Except for The Martian, he doesn't die in that movie. Except for but everything else, he's like dead in.
Actually, the longest the Sean Bean character has been alive was a TV show he did, Sharp's Rifles. He started he started out as like a corporal and ended up like a colonel by the time they killed him off. And that was the end of the series.
I haven't seen that yet. So yeah, but a lot of them, he's dead in. So I mean, so it's, but I mean. But Daenerys was so good, and then Jon and Arya and Rob and everyone, and then they had to go and do what they did with season 8, and I was like, how does this one little girl? I'm sorry, I couldn't handle it. I was like, how can this one little girl literally jump like what was it, 10 feet? It was a lot of feet, I think. And then she gets chokeholded and then stabs him. I was like, how is that possible to me? I was like, John should be up there flipping.
She did the same thing to Brienne, remember?
She did.
She was sparring with Brienne. She did the same thing to her.
But I was like, it should have been someone else. I mean, this was John's big moment. This was his thing. He's been at the wall trying to fight against these people, been preparing for them, and then Arya takes the final blow. That was my big problem with it. John knew they were coming. Because he was at the wall, he knew there were people coming. And he just didn't know what the big threat was yet, And then now he has his chance, and then Arya takes it. That's what I was trying to say.
Really, there's so much they could have done with the White Walkers alone. That such a huge letdown. You know.
I would have to say that the best I understood about the White Walkers was for being such a worldwide threat. They got their asses kicked pretty easy.
They were a bunch of pussies.
Yeah.
Basically. They reduced them to a bunch of nothing. All that buildup was for nothing. All the heads.
Literally from. Wasn't
And
the
circle-
buildup of the whole White Walkers from? Wasn't the whole buildup from the White Walkers from the first episode?
Yeah, the first episode, literally the first. And the thing that made me so mad is that the Night King became a holster for Arya's knife. Like literally, she slid her knife in him, and then he collapsed. He collapsed like a statue. I mean, I was like, what in the world is going on here? Because when she stabs him, and then he stands there for a minute, and then explodes.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean,
if I'm not mistaken, help me out here. Did not after the Night King died, that all the other controlled hybrids, whatever you want to call them, didn't they all die after that?
All the
they
dead,
went away.
they just collapsed.
Yeah, they went away.
They played the hive mind card. See, that was such a fucking cliche for me because it was like once you kill him, it's like, oh, you played the hive mind thing, you played the Borg thing, and I'm like, okay, that to me was a big letdown. Yeah, you killed the guy off, but still, and then all of a sudden everything collapses, and it's kind of like, oh great, we're doing this.
That's because the Night King controlled them.
Then you would think the Night King would have enough sense to stay the fuck back.
No, the Night King had to kill the third eye, or whatever they called him. That was prophecy. And
I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember what Bram's ability was. I don't remember
the
how
warg
the
that he could talk to animals.
yeah.
He was the three-eyed raven. He could see things from far away or talk to animals and stuff. That's how he knew where that's where he kind of knew where Drogon are. I'm trying to remember because I get confused with the dragon names. I'm sorry, but the dragon it was Drogon, right? That it was. Okay, that's how he knew where he was. I think I found them because he used his war powers to see him through the crow or whatever.
Yeah, and they give an impression of it. He was going to warg into Drogon, which would have been really cool to see.
Yeah, but we didn't. But they spent too much budget on other things, so we didn't get to. It was. I mean, we could have. There could have been so many scenes they could have cut out. Like to me, we didn't need some of the scenes of things going on. It might just small stuff, not important stuff. You could have cut some of that out and save room for more important stuff, but they didn't. So. Yeah, that was my point about it. It felt like there were more things they could have removed and added more important stuff. More like they could have shown Bran as Drogon. They could have done. Now, the part I really did like at the end of season 8 was that they did make a Song of Ice and Fire into it. That was pretty cool. I did like that. That was pretty interesting. But the rest of it was very it felt very disjointed, that final episode. I mean, the thing that I hated about it is that Daenerys and the Night King, Ice King, whatever, they went out the same way. They both got stabbed by people. Jon took Daenerys, Arya took the Night King. They both got stabbed in the stomach. I was like, what? You're telling me?
Well, it's not like he could have pulled out a 38 and blew her brains out. Okay, so it was either a knife or nothing. Jesus.
I know
Good morning, Cinnabon
I don't
Buddy.
mean to sound. I don't mean to sound critical, but
there
if
could have
she
been a
was
cooler
that
duel or
goddamn
something.
paranoid, if she was that goddamn paranoid, I find it very hard to believe that John should have stabbed. And then the dragon shows up, and what does the dragon do? Instead of burning him, burns the throne. And I'm kind of like, what was the point of this?
Yeah,
I
because
mean, if he had come in and burned Jon Snow,
Because
then
he,
at least I
I
would have
think the dragon
understood.
knew that he was a Targaryen, and that
Yeah.
why he couldn't. That's why. That's exactly why.
yeah, and well, and in a way, Drogon knew because the dragons do kind of have, I don't know, emotions or you can tell they get kind of connected somehow to their people. So when he stabbed her, Drogon was sad, but he understood why she had to die. It seemed like because that's why he burnt the throne, because that's all she was after. If you really think about it, the thing why he burned the throne is because that's what Daenerys risked her whole life for, and she lost.
Well,
That's
everybody wanted that goddamn throne. I mean, you think about it, everybody. I mean, the whole
yeah,
point of Game of Thrones is everybody wanted that. And I gotta
Mhm.
give what's her name when she said it very early on. When you play the Game of Thrones, you either win or you die. And I gotta give her credit for being straight up on knowing what the outcome would be. Either you're on the throne or you're going to die, or possibly both. And she was
yeah,
no. I mean, if it hadn't been for her relationship with her brother,
Cersei, yeah, that's
yeah,
Cersei.
yeah, the Lannisters. I honestly, I thought she was one of the best villains. I
oh
just never
yeah,
Oh
got
yeah,
into.
oh yeah, oh hell yeah.
I just never
Yeah.
got into her and her brother's ancestral love, and it just never seemed to. And to me, I never understood why his brother loved her so much, because they were so very different.
yeah. To me, it seemed more like they still cared about each other in a way more than a see, if you're gonna ask me about Game of Thrones and like what I disliked about it, I'd say it was all the romance stuff. I was like, I didn't like it. I was like, this could have been, we could have flipping fighting dragons or flipping the dragon burning John's sword and like because he killed Daenerys or something, and then they had to do all that other stuff. I was like. You know how cool it was. This is how cool I thought of the final duel against John and Daenerys. To me, what it seemed like is that you could have had the dragon and her against John, and then John would probably use his sword to block it, and then I don't know, throw a knife at her or stab in the stomach. I don't know, but there was just I had this idea of like there'd be this epic final duel between the knight versus the dragon.
No, I get what you're saying.
Greetings, 47 Yorktown. Good
Hey,
morning
47.
from Eastern Canada.
You see, one of the things I kind of said made sense when I was asking Mr. Lundell, and I said, yes, it was written on the wall she was going to lose her mind. I'll go all the way back to season 1, where her brother is literally killed in front of her by her husband. And if you look at her face,
Hmm.
she is turned on like a motherfucker.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
she wants to fuck her husband so bad right now.
But see, her brother treated her like shit anyway.
Exactly. And she
Yeah.
was turned on by watching this man be what she saw as a
Yeah,
leader.
yeah. Like
And literally,
yeah, the stuff of Jack. I know his name, but Jason Momoa, like that. I love that because that was important to the story. That's how you see the dragon eggs. That's how
Mhm.
know Drago. Yeah, or you know what I mean. That was important. That part was important to the story. I'm saying the ones that weren't as fully important they should have cut for more important stuff, but keep the important moments. You know, like some stuff I felt like could have been cut and you didn't need it. You could have saved that for more story potential, where you could explain more things from the books. You know, more stuff of Arya's abilities. That would have been a lot better for time than some other stuff we got. I'm saying, like, we could have actually probably seen her with the face of assassin, you know, where she would have tricked people and done more things if they
Yeah, I
had more
know.
time.
That was a lot not that they didn't even get to use.
I will say this. I saw Dee Dee Myers put this in. Battle of the Bastards
Actually, she
was
did
a
use some of
great-ass
those abilities.
I mean, that is one of the best episodes ever made. If you really
Hard
I'm sorry.
Home and Battle of the
Yeah.
Bastards are the best.
Mhm.
Why, if anyone has not seen Game of Thrones yet, and you're like, "What is this show?" Just watch a little bit of that episode, or maybe the first. I don't know. Depends on what you like. But that episode, Battle of the Bastards, is one of the best things on TV I have seen ever. I'm gonna
Yeah.
say it. It is a great episode. If you have not seen Game of
Hard
Thrones,
Home was pretty good too.
yeah,
Really
but
good.
it depends on like what you want. The Red Wedding is great. Battle of the Bastards. You know, just what do you want? What do you want to see? What would get you interested? It depends, because do you want to see the fight between John and Ramsay? Do you want to see the Red Wedding? What do you want to see? Because many people have probably heard about these things, maybe, and most people have probably watched, but I know there's some people that haven't seen Game of Thrones, so it depends where you want to start, but I'd say start with season one, most definitely. See if you like the first few episodes. Watch the whole season. See how you like season one. Then go into more episodes. Because if you like it then, which you will, because season one is probably one of the best seasons. But that's what you should have said, the best season ever, because it's like it sets up everything. It's really good, and you get your introduction to the ice people and the night people and the night king. Well, not you know what I mean. You get your introduction. You don't see
White
the night
Walkers.
king yet,
Yeah.
and then season two. I mean, season two is just good. Three, oh my goodness, three. If you watch that, that's such an amazing season. 4, 5, 6. I did like 4, 5, 6, of course. And I liked 7. I kind of agree with. I did like season 7. I thought it had a lot of potential still, but there was enough there to keep me entertained until they had that year. But that year break, like literally a year
Yeah.
break, and they come back with flipping.
Shit.
Yeah,
Garbage.
yes.
Garbage.
Right, literally, that same year, if you really want me to tell you this, that same year we had Joker, Avengers Endgame. We had all the great Better Call Saul season 5. We had all these great. Well, no, wait, sorry, season 5 was. Wait, no, sorry, that was like. I'm sorry, Joker, and all these amazing movies that came out then. And then Game of Thrones comes out, everyone's hyped for it, and it's the worst thing on TV.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
I'm like, what is this? I'm like, what?
I was good the first 3 episodes, and then it all went to shit. The
Yeah.
first 3
Yeah.
episodes of
It was more like
season
the
8
final,
was good.
Yeah, the final. I'm gonna say it. The 4 was okay. 5 and 6. Oh my gosh. I think Jamie. Yes. Yeah, I got the steelbook from Best Buy. Man, I have it. It is so good.
Steelbook?
You want?
Son of a
You want?
bitch.
Yeah, I'll show it. Where is it? I have it right here.
Yeah, I would have
Steel
the
book.
steelbook, man.
Or do I have it down here? I don't know. But it's.
You're like me, Bounty Hunter Network, keeping movies close
It's
by.
a steel. Yeah, it has him when he's in the chair at Murray's, and it's him,
God.
and it's him with his face on it, and it says Joaquin Phoenix and Robert De Niro, and it's Joker on it. It's so cool. But it's and then inside is the bigger picture of him when he's like in the bathroom, like with his head up like that. It's pretty, yeah. It folds out the case like that when you open it. It's so cool. But it's a steel book. I don't know where I put that movie, but it's okay. I'll find it later and stuff.
Oh my
I'll
god!
post it on my
I
I'll
went.
post it on my Twitter. But
There you go. I
but
went. I went specifically to see the movie, and I remember all the shit that was going on. They were so worried people were going to go crazy and shoot up.
shoot
Fucking,
people,
they,
yeah.
they went batshit crazy. It's like
Because
I
the dude
watched
from The
the
Dark Knight
trailer, and
Rises.
when I saw the trailer for Joker, I was like, "Oh my god, this is a psychological thriller." I said, "This is
Yeah, I
what
was
this is
like,
going to be," and then I
yeah,
watched
I
the
was like,
movie.
yeah. I was like, this is Dark Knight Returns stuff right here with the talk show and everything, and how Joker went crazy in that with Batman to just try and let him see like we are one and the same. I am you, you are me. I'm just crazier than you, but we're both crazy. You know
But
it.
the best part about the fucking
Yeah, but
movie,
what I
you
loved
have
about
no idea. You have no idea how much of that movie is real and how much was just in his head. For all you know, the whole movie was him telling you wouldn't get the joke. That could have been the whole movie, and I was just when I left that theater, I was like, "This is the best." And I'm a Mark Hamill Joker guy, and I
yes.
said, "This is one of the best psychological thrillers." And this was a perfect Joker movie. And then I heard
And
people
I
talk about
love
making
the
a sequel.
part.
I said,
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
How
I
I
many?
said, no
I
sequel.
sorry. The thing I loved about Batman 89, and this is the same thing I loved about Joker, it wasn't the thing about the film itself. It was something that happened in the movie where Joker is the one to kill Bruce Wayne's parents. I love that idea because they are so connected in that way. And then to have him be the one to kill his parents, that would send anyone crazy like Batman, and then Joker did it. He knows he's the one that did it, and then they're one and the same because of that. Joker created Batman, Batman created Joker. That is
Hey, I
the
said I made you, you made me. You know how great you wouldn't hit a man with glasses, would you?
Yeah.
well,
Jack Nicholson. Jack Nicholson. Oh my God.
Jack.
Heath Ledger
Yeah,
was riding his coattails on that brilliance. That's just
Tim
my
Burton.
opinion.
Yeah, Tim Burton gave him a great role to play with the Joker in that movie, and I was so disappointed because I saw the other movies that they would have done, like they had the promotional pictures out for the other Tim Burton ones, and I was like, why did Warner Brothers say? I know Tim Burton wanted to leave, I guess too, but I know Warner Brothers is also, or whoever was doing it at that time. I think it was still Warner, but I was so disappointed because they literally had like what 5, 6 more. It was crazy, something like that, of Tim Burton to do.
You've got to remember the time frame. Batman came out in '89. Batman
Yeah,
Returns came out in
91 to yeah.
92, yeah.
yeah. And remember how dark it was. Now, of course, we loved it, but there was a lot of backlash on that movie,
Flash,
saying
yeah.
it was too dark, it was too hurry. And I'm sorry, it was what fucking Batman was meant to be. Batman
Yes,
is meant to be dark. And those of us who went and saw the movie and understood the
Mhm.
character knew exactly what we
Yeah.
were getting. And we got a penguin. I mean, Danny DeVito at one of his best.
yes.
No, no,
I know.
no, 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 no. That's not Penguin. Penguin was not a deformed person. Penguin, I mean, he was he was just as nuts as Joker, but he was sophisticated.
Yes, he
And
was.
he was called
Yeah,
Penguin because of the clothes he wore, more than
Like
yeah,
Lex
anything.
Luthor.
yeah. I
Yeah, and I completely agree with you on that,
Yeah.
Mr. Lundell. But Danny DeVito still did a hell of a job.
Yeah, and well, and then we can get on to like Michelle Pfeiffer as Catwoman and Jack Nicholson as Joker, and then we can get into all those amazing parts. I mean, even the but what it was his name,
Yeah.
Bob the Goon or Joe, the dude with the boombox. I mean, I mean he was. I mean, Joker shot him, and now he appears in like and then he appears in the new Batwing 1989 Lego set. I mean, the boombox. I'm like, oh my goodness. So I'm like, the '89 Batman. If you wanted to tell me where it started with me, it was that, and then those movies. Like, dude, I swear, I watched that Batman and Batman Returns as like a kid. I'm 18, almost. I'm like, I watched them as a kid, and I was what 6, 7, 10. I mean, I was young for watching Batman and Batman Returns. And well, let's just say the Penguin stuff. I still love it to this day. I loved it even back then. It was so because I read the comics. I knew how Penguin was. I wasn't afraid. It was terrifying. I mean, he bit some dude's nose off, but it was like I knew who the Penguin was. I know what he did. I mean, I know what he does. I mean, it's not because I played Arkham too. Arkham City, Asylum City
Oh God,
Night.
the Arkham games. They are so good.
Yeah, and so Penguin was over there shooting people and doing all that. I was like, well, I know what the Penguin does. I mean, this is not that scary to me right now. And then they did the Lego Batman movie sets, and it's like they have like all the classic designs for the characters. Like Clayface looks like Clayface, Penguins. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. I'm on a. No, it's okay. Yeah,
I
yeah.
just, yeah, Danny DeVito, Michelle Pfeiffer, Jack Nicholson, just excellent villains in those roles. Christopher Walker, oh God, just a fucking national treasure as a bad guy.
Who was sorry, Chris
Christopher
Nolan?
Walker,
Christopher Walken.
Oh.
yeah, Christopher Walken, yeah,
Oh,
the
Christopher Walken, yeah,
as
dude,
the odious Mister. What was his
Shrek,
name?
Mr.
Shrek,
Shrek,
Shrek or Shrek?
Maxwell Shrek, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, dude, that was such an amazing. Well, I mean, he got pushed out
Or
the window.
Zorn in The View to a Kill with James Bond.
Well, yeah, the thing oh my gosh, if you got into me about Batman Returns and what it was going to be, because there is a leaked script out there of the actual script and what was going to be in it. And they said flipping Robin was going to be in it, but Tim Burton was like, I can't make Robin work in this movie. That's why he was going to appear in the third Batman. And Billy
Yeah,
D. Williams, yeah,
you're
yeah,
right.
and
That
then
was
yeah,
true.
and then Billy
Uh,
D. Williams is going to come at the end. The Catwoman was going to shock him with the electric, whatever she had. You know what I mean.
Mhm.
And then
Yeah.
Harvey Dent was going to become Two Face, and that was going to be part 3. It was going to be Two Face. I think Penguin was still gonna be their Joker. I even heard, and from what I got from the painting, I think also Riddler. So it was going to, and then I heard Man Bat was going to appear somewhere in them, and I
oh
think
man,
Man Bat and Thing was in Returns too, is what I heard. So they had all that potential, and then I know Tim Burton didn't want to do Robin. Robin wouldn't have worked for Batman Returns. We kind of know that right now. Well,
yeah.
I guess. If you think about it, some parts of Returns were a little lighter than the first one. Like Batman '89. Well, I don't know. They were both kind of light and dark at points. You know, they both had their light and dark moments. But the thing with Christmas and stuff, it was more kind of calm until Penguin rode on the scene and Catwoman's kicking Maxwell out the window. I mean, so. But then you also have Batman bomb people up with bombs, and so it depends on what you're really qualifying as too dark there. But if you really want to go into it, '89 is the best, probably one of the best versions of Batman that kills. because we know Batman doesn't really do that anymore. He will if he needs to, but he's not really like that anymore. But that is the Batman then. That was how Batman was in the comics. I mean, remember at around this time too, Nightfall, Jason Todd's death. I mean,
Oh, Death of the Family. Oh
all
God.
this stuff was going on in the comics too.
Remember
Then
that
you
was
had
the 900 number to call.
yeah, and then you remember like that was the time then. DC was very dark for back then. Like they had some of the darkest stories back then, and then 89 hits.
Good morning, Vile Mike.
You're thinking of the you're talking post crisis era from 86 to 11. That was Batman Year One, The Dark Knight Returns, Killing Joke. I mean,
Yep.
most of the definitive Batman. I mean, Batman getting broke by Bane. I mean, I remember one of the best lines is Bane is scouting out an area, and there's Bruce Wayne and all these other people in this gathering, and he goes, "That's Batman," and the guy's like, "Bruce Wayne, how do you know?" And he says it so perfectly. He goes, "You think he can put on a mask and I wouldn't recognize him?"
Yeah.
Because the whole point is when he's not in his mask, when he's not Batman, he's Batman. Bruce Wayne
Yeah.
is the mask, is the costume. Bruce Wayne is the costume.
Yeah, that's the whole
Batman
point
is
of
who he is.
because Bruce because there was also I don't know if you guys ever played this. Maybe you did, MB Geek. You might have because you sound like you like the games and stuff. But Batman the Telltale series, I like that, and the reason why is it goes more into his parents' death and Joe Chill and more stuff. But the thing is that the movie they saw was like. I think it was Zorro, and then that's how he got him up with the hero and the
Zorro
mask.
the Gay. I think originally it was Zorro the Gay Blade. I believe was the original movie.
Yeah,
They
because
changed it up somewhat.
because
I'm
Bob,
sorry, Mr.
yeah,
Lindell.
because Bob Kane, no, Bill Finger, sorry, Bob Kane, Bill Finger. Which honestly, if you really want to go into the specifics here, Bill Finger is the creator of Batman. Because the reason how he came up with the mask and the man in a suit and the man that has two different personalities was from like the old Zorro comics or movies of Zorro or stuff. Like that's how the mask came to be was because of Zorro. And that's how the multiple personality thing, like
Bless you, Bubba.
he's someone at night that's different than he is in the day. And that's how Bill Finger came up with like, okay, so he's a bat. He dresses like a bat. He's a man. He's probably rich then, right? Because he has to have all this equipment. So what? How do we explain this? And then they had, the tragedy with his parents and all that, and the thing is that it was the dark age of comics. You're right about that because we had the golden age, the silver age, the dark age, and all that. We've had all these different ages. I've have stuff going back to the 70s and early 80s, right before the dark age, and I found this guy. He was selling these comics, and so we went over there. Me and my family that wanted to go, right? And I have all these old Batman books. I don't have 27 of. Well, wait. I have read Detective Comics number 27. I have it. It's not like the real original printing, but it's like the same cover and everything. I think it's just a reprint of the original. So I've read the original Batman book. It's great. It's good. It's and it's not. And if you guys know, it's not Batman. The original. We all know what this is. It's Detective Comics 27.
Yeah.
That was your original Batman right there. And so when people tell me what is the biggest problem with comics today and stuff, it's like, well, I'll tell you what, it's because we can't make good characters anymore. And we can't make Batman good anymore. Like some
Well,
stuff of the
we couldn't. You can. I think after seeing the Snyder cut, uh,
oh my gosh, I
the
know.
Ben
Oh,
Affleck as Batman, I want to see that movie. I would like to see that movie.
Okay, I'm gonna.
I want
Uh,
Snyder Batman. I want that. That's Batman.
you know what? I'm gonna say that the one thing I have been saying about Ben Affleck as Batman, he put the build to look like Batman. He got bulked for it. He's the only fucking guy who got bulked. Even Christian Bale. This was always my problem. I said, they like, didn't you like her shot? I was like, yeah, I liked him in a lot of ways. Well, didn't you like his voice changing? I'm like, dude, he got that from Kevin Conroy. That's where the whole thing came from. The whole voice changing thing came from Kevin Conroy. But at least Ben Affleck got bulked, which is because what is Batman supposed to be? He's supposed to be the peak physical human specimen. And he is both smart, tough, and a fighter. And wow, Mike brought up
he's the world's greatest detective.
Bane is super smart. The intelligence of Bane is, when you read Nightfall, Bane purposely organized all of that shit to go after Batman. That's how freaking smart he was. Bane that's the worst thing about Batman and Robin is they made Bane like a freaking idiot. Bane is one of the smartest fucking villains Batman has ever gone against.
Yeah, before I lose my thought real quick, what happened with this is why I love Asylum, City, and Night. Look at what the villains did just to get to Batman. Joker took the Asylum, Strange and Ra's had Arkham City, and then Jason had the Arkham Knight with Scarecrow and the militia. They came after Batman. He didn't come after them. That's the thing about Batman. They always go after him. They don't go after him. They always go after him. Batman never goes after them because they know if Batman went after them, then they could spring a trap. That's why they go for him. Because then if they go for him, they can catch him easier. They can wear him down more. I mean, that was one of the whole points of a story arc was they wore him down so bad with Nightfall. Then Bane broke his back. That's why John Paul had to become Batman and then Azrael Bat for a while because he was so worn down from the villains. When Bane broke his back, he had to rest, and then that's how Jean Paul Valley became Batman because he didn't trust. Because after Jason, he didn't trust any Robin to go after Bane, so he hired Jean Paul to be Batman, and that's how it went for the longest time. And then until Batman finally saw what he was doing, and then he brought an end to it. But that is what Batman's about, we come here because, and I came on because I'm like, you were talking about Game of Thrones and Star Wars and comics. I was like, I need to come on and talk about this because this is important. Because what people don't understand, I don't think they fully do sometimes, is that sometimes, this is more than just a medium. It's more than just comic books. This is stuff that actually helps people get through life. This is stuff that actually helps people deal with depression or any other thing because they see themselves as that character. They're like, I'm Batman, but I'm not. Like I have the same morals, the same things as him, but I am not strong enough or I'm not able enough to be a Batman. I'm not able to go fight crime. But I see myself through, like they see themselves through the Bruce Wayne lens then. A good guy just trying to do good, but secretly he has something on the end. Like we all have something we hide. that is truly important to us that no one needs to know about. And I think that's what people see in Batman. It's more about he's a broken man that hides behind a cowl to protect crime. I mean, that is really the essence of Batman. He's literally the whole thing in every game. Asylum City did this so well. It's the visions of his parents. With what they do with that, where he sees them in the body bags through Scarecrow's nightmare. Then Arkham City, he's crawling into Raish's lair, remember? And then he sees them like having gates opening, and they come out and say, "Come to the light, Bruce. Come to us." Like that's what he thinks about. That's how broken he is. It's all about his parents. That's the one thing he truly cares about more than anything, was to do right by his parents and be the spirit of vengeance to hold their spirit alive.
Kevin Conroy said it best in Justice League, either Justice League or Justice League Unlimited. I don't remember which one it was, but he's sitting there with Wonder Woman, and Wonder Woman is flirting with him, and he's kind of like, first off, relationships on the job never work out. Second, you're an immortal Amazon of a race of goddess. I'm a rich kid with issues. Lots of issues, and
and that was Joss League over that. I do know that because I've seen both versions. Joss League is because that's the scene. I know the scene because then she pops his shoulder back in place. That's the scene.
She crushes a rock. You got to remember, he's like, if anybody knew I was in a relationship, they would do everything to attack me by getting to them. And she crushes rock, and she goes, "Next question." I mean, it was kind of she was kind of saying, "I can." She was kind of going into her whole, "I can take care of myself, Bruce."
Yeah, but Joss League and Snyder's had different versions of that scene.
Yes. And then they're sitting there. They actually have a dance with Bruce and Diana. And Diana knows he's Batman, and he's still playing a character like, "I don't know what you're talking about." Except for the issue where we get to the point where they're traveling through time, and it's like they've got to take their secret identities, and Wally Flash is all like, "I don't want to know," and then Bruce is being Batman. It's like, "Oh, we ain't got time for this bullshit." He goes, "Clark Kent, Diana Prince, Wally West, Bruce Wayne." He's like, "We're done. Now we can go to work." John Stewart. I'm sorry, John Stewart.
Sorry. One thing about
I'm sorry, John Stewart.
Yeah. One thing about the Wally thing, it's Barry and Zach's. It's Barry Allen. Yeah, it's not Wally, but but no, it's cool. But I understand what. But yeah, because
was that Barry Allen, not Wally West? Okay, I got that wrong, but you know what I'm talking about there.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. But Zack Snyder's Justice League, let me tell you, a perfect movie. Like that is the Justice League we needed.
Only took 4 fucking years to get the second half of the goddamn movie. Because I said it, people would be like, "What'd you think of Justice League?" I said, "Well, it was a great half a movie." Because that's what it was. It was half a fucking movie.
Yeah, literally, Sorry, go ahead.
We got more Aquaman, but here's the thing: we got more Barry Allen, which was definitely needed, and if you want my opinion, more Cyborg, because
most important,
put on the cutting room floor so goddamn bad during that movie. During
the huge character arc.
He was pointless. Him and Wally were almost pointless. There, we got a real we got Cyborg's backstory, and it was fucking great.
I was kind of disappointed. I've done because I don't think he said "booyah" one time, and I was like, I wanted his catchphrase, but I don't think he said it. Maybe he did in the final battle. I'm kind of because there was so much happening, I kind of forgot. But I wish he would have said it. It would have been so cool to hear it. But
I like the fact. I like the fact that Barry Allen got more time. Aquaman got okay.
Yes.
Everything that was cut out of the Whedon movie, I'm
Got
glad
it.
was cut out
Yeah.
because most of it was tongue in cheek, campy shit that needed to go, and like that another scene with Wonder Woman and Batman arguing back and forth. And that scene was taken out. I was like, good, because that scene did not need to be in. Aquaman, being wrapped around the lasso, kind of having his little pity party, was thankfully taken out of the scene. Okay, Superman in Black.
Yes.
Those of us who grew, which I'm pretty sure all of us did, grew up
Yes.
during that time. That was an iconic fucking
Moment. Yeah.
Well, some of
Because
us were already
literally,
adults.
yeah, that's the yeah. That's the. I know people are like the black suit or whatever. I call it the death suit because that's the suit he wears when he comes back as Superman, and is what I loved so much about it. Is because that is Superman still. He's just not wearing the red and the red and the blue and the yellow. He has a black suit to show that he's back to life, but from the dead. I mean, that was like, but I enjoy the thing I loved about Zack Snyder's Justice League. I mean, the same thing kind of happened to Steppenwolf. He still got beat. That wasn't my main thing. The thing for me was Darkseid. That is what we needed. We needed flipping Darkseid. Because in Martian flipping Manhunter, that was my main problem with Justice League. Is that Martian Manhunter and Darkseid, the two most important people to the entire flipping Justice League, were not in that movie in Justice. I was like,
when I saw the former
because they
general
cut Darkseid out of the battle
secretary
scene
of,
and replaced him with Steppenwolf for that flashback in Justice League. That
yeah,
was
what was it? The Martian Manhunter was they showed it to where he actually has been playing the 4-star general, and then I think he was a political figure at that point. And I was like, when I saw that scene after he got done with talking with Lois, and he's like, "The world needs you too." I was like, "Fuck, he's the Martian Manhunter!" I was like, "Oh shit!" And then the end of it with him being the Martian Manhunter, I was like, "Oh, thank you. This is fucking
yeah.
beautiful."
He's like, I want to assemble a team of here. That's your Nick Fury right there. That's your Nick Fury. That Martian Manhunter is your Nick Fury, and Batman is the leader, like Tony Stark. And then it was going to happen the same way as flipping Endgame. He was going to save himself from Darkseid, and then he will save Superman, Lois, and John. Because they were going to have a kid. This is all leaked now because flipping Warner Brothers didn't want to release his cut, so it all got leaked. But he was going to kill himself, Batman. Well, he didn't want to, but he knew that he had to protect Superman, Lois, and it's I believe it's Jonathan, Superboy, that he saves. But that's not the point. The point is he dies, saves Superman, Lois, and John, because they would go back into the future. They go back to the past to warn Batman. Lois is the key. That is your thing. Lois is the
I want to
key.
see that movie now.
Yeah,
Look,
and then
I am a judge. Look, I am not a huge Leto fan, but I gotta admit, gotta love the guy as Joker. I enjoyed Suicide Squad because I felt it was a popcorn movie. I just took it for what it was.
Suicide Squad. The thing I love about it is it's supposed to be like that. They're all jokey and working around together. It wasn't supposed to be some serious comic book film. That's the thing. The DC movies aren't trying to be Marvel a lot of the time. They're trying to be what the characters are. Well, yeah, Suicide Squad felt a little more true to how the characters acted than, let's say, Joss's Justice League, or I even felt We can talk about 84 real quick. I did not like that movie. It felt too weird. It didn't feel like Wonder Woman at all. It felt like another movie that they tagged the Wonder Woman name on.
I still haven't seen it.
It's still great. No, I'm saying it's still a very good movie, but it doesn't feel like that true Wonder Woman thing that we were expecting. Like I was like, oh, we got Cheetah. We're going to go to like the Themyscira. They're going to like fight against like boulders and sky. Because there's that one book or comic book where like Wonder Woman is like up in the sky and she's down below, and they're like fighting in the temple of the. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm saying? There was like a really cool shot like that, or they're on like Themyscira. I was thinking like we're going to get something like that, and then she's in them golden wing and fighting on like I forgot what it was, a power plant or something, but yeah. But remember at the end they were in that structure.
Okay.
I forgot what it was.
Okay. Quick pause. Go ahead, Bert.
Quick pause.
Big boss.
Bird, it's your time. You know the drill.
Look, Mr.
Wakey, wakey.
Come on, Bird. You know the drill. We're waiting on you.
Need some time, he says in the private chat.
Okay.
Okay,
Fair
well,
enough.
he knows the drill. He'll let us know. One of the things I definitely loved about the Snyder Cut is as I'm watching it with my wife, I like how it was broken up into parts. I thought that was very well done. And it helped pace the story going. And
they also felt like separate. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but they felt like separate. They felt like really, if you really watch it, it felt like here's your first Justice League, second, third, fourth, because they were both like hour parts each almost in a way. It could have been like what? How many parts were there? 7, 8 different parts.
6, I believe. I believe it was 6 parts.
Maybe not every part, but certain ones that were like an hour or so long, you could have had like 3 to 4 movies right there out of just one cut. I mean, that's how long you could have made it. I mean, this is 4 hours. You could have done 1, 2, 3, 4 right now and cut it up, but they didn't. That was Zach's plan. Do the first one against Steppenwolf, then do 2, which is they lose to Darkseid and have to go back into the past and more the Justice League that Lois is the key, and then 3 was the ultimate battle against Darkseid.
I honestly think one of the best things of the Snyder Cut, and I want to hear Mr. Lundell's thoughts on this because I know Mr. Lundell is a huge music buff. What did you think overall of the change in the score? Mr. Lundell, I'm going to be honest with you. I thought changing the score changed everything about the tone of the movie.
That's one among other things. Okay, you got a full with the Snyder Cut. You got that was like you were reading a full run of a comic series. I wish they would have gave us a little bit more on Flash. They gave us some backstory on Cyborg, and that was perfect. You know, Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, we know their backstories. And we know since he killed all the Amazons, we know Diana's motivation. But, you know, I mean, just the music, just to say what the music did, you know, I'm a story guy more than anything. We got a full story with the Snyder Cut. We got a full. It was like you would read however many issues of a comic book that would cover that story. It's like you sat and you read all of those issues.
I agree. I just felt the music really added to the tension at different points. Like, for example, when Aquaman left and there was that kind of hymn that was going, I was like, I like this. And as the music is playing throughout the movie, it felt, the action-based parts felt perfect for the music, and the
Yeah.
slow parts felt perfect for the slow parts of the music, which we did not get in the Whedon version. We got a lot of more upbeat, constant upbeat music, but none of the low tones of music that I felt the movie in the Snyder Cut really did excellent. I thought the
Yeah,
score
yeah.
was
I,
done so
I,
much better the second time around. And I just happened to notice as I was watching, I'm like, I've started paying more attention to the scores and music. I'm like, fuck, this music is great.
yeah, yeah.
No,
Hey
it
guys,
was
I
kind
gotta
of
say one
cringy
thing.
when
Sorry.
old girl was serenading him though and smelling his sweater. That was kind of cringy though.
Uh,
Yeah.
I disagree with you on that, but that's okay. We're
I,
allowed to disagree on
but
that.
Okay,
yeah,
wait. Okay, for a brief moment, go ahead, Bird. Do your opening.
Hello,
Uh,
world. It's Birdo Prey 5. Kapla.
Kapla!
yeah.
Robert.
Hello.
And the tree is back just for Cinnabon. Per
It's always
Cinnabon's
the
request.
tree. But, no, I'm
The
just.
Yeah,
White
Actually,
Lily
the
Magnolia tree.
Yeah.
shouldn't the
Yeah.
tree be for Sassy instead?
No, it's for Cinnabon. He loves the tree. Can you
It's that
bigify
tree
the tree
again.
for a minute, Jedi Bill?
yeah.
Just for a minute. Yeah, it's coming into full bloom. Another couple
It's a
days.
school, kid.
Uh,
Tell that
Yeah.
kid to get to school.
Wow, Mike got coffee. Yay.
there you go, Cinnabon. You're
War.
welcome.
The chat's saying that tree means war over here. Oh my
War.
goodness.
This is a tree of eternal peace. A little child went up to the tree yesterday and was touching the leaves.
Did he pee on it?
No, it was a little girl. She was trying to touch. She could barely reach.
No, I'm joking.
Did you have your dental appointment, Bird?
I'm sorry,
It's
what?
very nice.
Did you have your dental appointment? How did it go?
No, it's going to be about midday.
Ah,
The
gotcha.
dentist said they'll give me a better estimate, but roughly 12:30 to 1:30 sometime in there.
Interesting.
So how come you don't have a ramp on your deck there, but you have a ramp on the other side? How come you don't have a ramp up by your main door?
We used to have the ramp go up to the front porch, but it had to zigzag back and forth quite a few times and made it very hard for me to get up and down it. Whereas on the other side, the this ramp, that goes about another 30 feet down to the middle of my house to reach the side door and comes in. So it's just a straight 190-degree turn and a straight run down as opposed to 4 90-degree turns.
I gotcha. Makes total sense.
Also, the door that this connects to is 42 inches wide, whereas the door in the front of my house was only 30-something inches wide and barely fit my chair.
Gotcha. Okay.
Thank you, Bounty Hunter Network. The Bounty Hunter Network.
Now, is your place one story or two? Because it looks like you live in a two-story.
Well, it's one story. The main floor is one story, and then there's a full basement
Gotcha.
that you can get in through the garage door.
Gotcha there. Did you get a chance to furnish your basement, or is it?
Oh yeah, the basement is like 90% furnished. There's just a boiler room, and well, the garage takes up like a quarter of the basement, maybe. That's not really furnished, but the original plan when I bought this house was that the downstairs was going to be like a separate apartment for my dad to live in, and it didn't work out. But I got it all ready for him. It has its own kitchen. It had its own bathroom. The only thing it shares was a laundry room. So.
Vile Mike, that
it's-
is only that is a non-confirmed rumor.
the basement got blooded that one time.
We had I was at my sister-in-law's house some years back when they bought their place, and they have a fully furnished basement. And there's a section that my sister-in-law's husband, he called it his immigration. He called it his migrant hideout, because when you opened it up, it looked like one of those areas that you could put all different cans and stuff, but it literally looked like an area where you put people to sleep, just to have like a small bed or something to sleep on. That he called it that, and I was like, I can see why.
Okay, we can unbigify
Okay.
the tree. Thank you. I think
Yeah.
Cinnabon got his fill.
Thank you, Bounty Hunting Network, for being part of the show. It was great having you. I hope you'll come back again.
And now I've got to ask Mr. Lundell, is that real? Is that a real head there, or is that a prop by your guitars?
For real.
Which one? You mean the
The
horns.
Yeah, the horns. Not
nah,
the,
it's not a real one.
not
It's
the.
made. It's
I'm gonna guess that's a geisha mask, maybe.
That looks like a bunch of steer horns. Long horns, right?
I'm talking about the steel horns. The other thing looks. My best guess is maybe a geisha mask.
no, it's Mardi Gras.
Mardi Gras.
Yeah.
Never been to Mardi Gras. Had a chance to once, but I would have been by myself and decided that was probably not in my best interest. So was Uhura, did she finally make Captain Admiral, or was she a commander when she retired? I'm trying to remember.
Who?
Uhura. I'm just looking at Lundell's, things with Uhura, and I'm trying to remember. Did she retire as a commander, captain, admiral? I'm just trying to.
She was a commander in
6, right?
starting with starting with the first movie. They were all commanders of some type, either lieutenant commander or full commander. Spock was a captain.
Yes.
And I think in Wrath of Khan, they had, since Kirk was an admiral, the Enterprise was Spock's ship, and there was a trainee crew, and so they were all part of Spock's staff.
Do you know why? Do you know why Kirstie Alley didn't come back for Star Trek 3 and 4?
No, I don't.
Money disputes.
They didn't have sequel clauses in Star Trek 2. So when they offered her the role, she wanted more money and wanted to renegotiate, what she was going to get. And they decided not to go with it. That's why Kirstie Alley did not return back to Star Trek. Because one of the biggest mistakes Star Trek made very early on, and still made it to near the end, was they never made a conscious effort to think there would be a sequel, and they tear down all the sets. So if you look at Star Trek, if you look at the Enterprise bridge from the motion picture 2.6, you'll notice there are many. You go through all the movies, you'll notice the bridge looks different every time. And the view screen looks different every fucking time. New Trek makes no sense. They say makes no sense. They do things stupid. Old Trek. Oh, the green hand holding the Enterprise. Well, here's the difference. They actually made sense of that, you fucking moron.
What?
That was the episode with Apollo, for God's sakes. He was a god.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Fucking
if you're
moron.
not looking at Twitter, nobody understands what you're talking about.
I'm not even looking on Twitter. I'm on Facebook. I'm not even on Twitter anymore. I got suspended from Twitter and I haven't even bothered coming back. I'm just looking at this.
Again?
Yes, I got suspended again. So what? I'm done.
Okay.
But at least when it came to TOS, I mean, God, you know what episode I really want to watch again that I haven't seen in forever? Wolf in the Fold. The episode that centered around Scotty. Such a good episode. New Star Trek makes no sense because it doesn't fit within TOS canon. TNG canon, ENT, DS9, or VOY, or TAS. So, yeah, that's why it doesn't make any sense. And yes, I include TAS in canon.
Well, what the hell happened to the Trek Bible? You couldn't write for Trek unless you understood that Bible.
CBS wiped their asses with it for all intents and purposes. They did like Disney did with fucking Star Wars sequels. They just wiped their asses with it and said, I mean, they came into our culture, decided how we should think, and then decided to say, oh, you just don't get it because you're too old. You don't understand what the show really meant.
The
No,
word
we
Bible
understood what
was
the show
offensive.
really meant.
Oh no.
Yeah,
No,
well,
look,
the difference
You get Okuda, one of the Okudas, anybody that worked on any of those shows, they're going to call it the Trek Bible. Okay?
Ronald D. Moore.
Yeah. You get any of those guys and ask them about the Trek Bible, they can tell you about it. If you wanted to write a script for Trek, you had to understand and follow that.
I agree with Cinnabon. The whale probe would have depowered V'ger.
You know, I gotta wonder about that. I'm not sure if V'ger would beat the whale probe. I'd have to give it to the probe. I mean, if I'm gonna choose between V'ger and the probe, I'm gonna go with the probe. Anybody else?
Yeah, the probe drains power from everything.
Yeah.
I don't think V'ger could have beat the probe. In fact, I actually said at one point I thought that the whale probe might have been able to be one of the few things that could have taken out a doomsday machine. Just by the fact that it would drain the power. What is STLD? Oh, lower decks. Lower decks, I made it very clear, Vile Mike, when I did my review of it. There were some good episodes. There was even a few points that were funny, but I'll be honest, if season 2 is more like the last episode of season 1, it's going to be good because I really want to see, this is what I'm afraid of when it comes to lower decks. Mariner is going to do something stupid that's going to get Boromir demoted and kicked off the Titan. And that's...
We already saw the trailer. It's pretty clear that... Oh, okay, well... It's pretty clear Boimler probably requests to be transferred off the Titan himself. Because he can't handle it. Which I think is almost worse.
Yeah, that is god awful because the way they ended it was he looks confident, he's showing some leadership skills, he's actually looking like he has peers who are willing to work with him.
Yeah, and that's what they did for that one episode. And then it looks like in the very next episode, he's back to being the fool and afraid of everything. And he doesn't know what the hell's going on. And like, it's too much work. He doesn't seem like he's fit for the Titan.
Oh,
No.
no.
Of course,
now
they're going to
I'm-
blame it on Riker a bit.
How the hell are
Riker
you gonna
giving
blame it
crazy.
on? How the hell are you going to blame it on Riker?
Well, Riker gives crazy commands and he doesn't understand what the hell Riker's even saying. Like he's just lost. Like Riker and him don't mesh well.
Jesus Christ. So they're gonna definitely shit themselves in the pants. What if they destroy the Titan? I'm gonna be honest with you. One of the nice things I did like about Lower Decks was actually finally seeing the Titan. I always kind of wanted to see. I would love a show. At least back then, I would have loved a spinoff of the Titan with Maria Spritz and John Frank. And in fact, if I could have had my way, and it's funny how much I don't even like this guy as a person, but I would have loved to have seen George Takei do an Excelsior series back in after Star Trek 6.
Actually, that was pitched.
It was?
Yeah.
And they
For-
said, no
for,
way.
Go to the channel Mr. Sci-Fi.
Mhm.
He's a writer. He did a lot of Star Trek. He actually pitched Captain Sulu show, and there's a pilot, and you can see it on his channel.
Was Rand in it? Was Commander Rand still there?
Yeah.
I did enjoy the fact that they brought Rand back. I mean, they brought her back as a chief engineer in the first movie, and then she's a commander by the sixth movie on the Excelsior. And I was glad they gave her, a little nod incentive because she's a character from TOS we all remember from the first season. And she got screwed because the whole point was they wanted Kirk to be kind of a ladies' man, and they removed her because she was very, infatuated with him, and she's an attractive woman. So, of course, Kirk would be into her, and they had to get rid of that. There was a Lost Generations Star Trek books that did Sulu's Excelsior. Wow, Mike, I think I heard about those. Never read them, but I think I heard them. I wanted a series. I just felt, I don't know what it was. When it came to Star Trek 6, it's just the way Sulu commanded. And like I said, I don't personally like George Takei at all. That might be the case. I have no idea if Gene was trying to screw her or not. Wow, Mike, that's one I don't know. I would have liked to have seen it, but one, the Excelsior was always my favorite class of starship for a long time. Also, you look at Sulu, I think that there could have been a great story. Pitched right off the bat. You could have had it even before episode 6 and dealt with what he was doing in the Beta Quadrant.
Cataloging gaseous anomalies.
Yeah, but I'm sure there was more that happened during those few years.
Also spying on the Romulan Empire.
Uh-huh.
Oh, come on. The Romulan Empire was spying on them too. I still want to know why the hell the Romulans and the Federation somehow had a communication blackout for over 50 fucking years until the end of season 1 of TNG. They never did explain what the fuck the Romulans were doing during that time.
I don't know.
Minding their business and infiltrating Starfleet.
Somebody please, for the love of God, explain to me why a half Vulcan, half Romulan is wearing fucking Ray-Bans
What?
on Earth.
Oh,
Oh, you didn't see that in Picard?
no.
Not only did they bring
I
back
didn't
the
watch
rank of
Picard.
Commodore, not only did they
Sorry.
bring back the rank of Commodore somehow, which hasn't been around since TOS, she's a fucking Vulcan wearing sunglasses.
And the ears are all wrong.
Oh, yeah. But the point is, she's wearing sunglasses. People are like, why is that a big deal? Because they have an inner eyelid. Well, how do you know that? It was established in fucking TOS, you dumb fucks. So why on God's green earth, when you have a planet that they've grown up on, she's going to be on Earth of all places wearing fucking sunglasses? Give me a fucking break. Oh, and by the way, in Picard, apparently you can just beam in anywhere.
Can. Welcome, Vile Mike.
All right, just to defend the Ray-Bans for a second, because I think that was a minor plot point. All right. We've never actually had it established in canon whether Romulans still have the inner eyelid. And I think that was the point, was it was actually, or I'm in my head canon, that's what I'm saying the point was to show that she's actually part Romulan, not Vulcan.
So was Saavik, but never saw her wearing fucking sunglasses.
It was never confirmed that in canon that Saavik was half Romulan. That's only in beta canon.
Actually, I think it is in alpha canon.
No, it's not.
Now I got to double check that. Now I got to double check that, Mike, is you might,
because in all of all Saavik has for alpha canon is the 3 movies she appeared in.
Now I gotta check. Saavik. Oh no, not the fucking Wicca. I need memory alpha, you fucking assholes. Lieutenant junior grade.
And even if
You
she
can
is,
double check, but she's not.
It says,
The-
okay, it does say species Vulcan, not Vulcan Romulan.
But even
Well, I would also
if
say
they
that
were Romulan,
if
it's only
Spock
been
had sorry, I'm sorry for interrupting.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
it's only been a couple 1,000 years, so evolution doesn't work like that.
Punctuated equilibrium is a possibility when it comes to that kind of stuff. Even though it's largely discredited when it comes to evolutionary theory, it could be something that happened to affect all of the Romulan population after they left Vulcan.
We're arguing
So-
about something that should be canonical, that's written by people that could give a fuck about canon. Okay? They put a Vulcan in fucking sunglasses. We know
See,
better.
I don't have a
they
problem
don't.
with that. I still think, I mean, it could.
Well,
Hell,
well,
the
we
sunglasses
know
could have
better.
had
They
a HUD
don't.
screen on there. We don't know. I mean, to me, that is nitpicking to the extreme, which is, again, every Star Trek fan's right because we've been doing it for decades. But to me, the sunglasses were not a big deal.
When we were doing Nitpicker's Guide to the Galaxy and reading those, we were doing it out of love. It was not out of disgust.
Yeah, we don't see James T. Kirk problematic because he likes to chase women or because he's a fat white guy. Okay,
I
we
don't have
just
issues
see
with him for that either, but I also don't have issues with a fucking Vulcan wearing sunglasses. Who cares?
that's just the thing.
It
They
just
love the
doesn't
Vulcan.
fit.
Yeah,
It,
from
it
what we've
doesn't
been
fit.
taught about Vulcans, it's not a Vulcan. So that's
Actually, for that aspect, when was the last time you saw anybody in Star Trek wearing fucking sunglasses?
That could be a good point, and maybe
I was
it
just
was
saying,
just an aesthetic choice of the actress or the
they
character. I don't
they
care.
they did wear safety glasses in the cage. Now, remember when they were
yes,
trying
they
to
wore
blow through
safety
that door?
glasses. Yeah, that's
So,
safety glasses. That's not Ray-Bans.
oh
It's not a
yeah.
Vulcan wearing a Ray-Ban when she has an inner eyelid.
Well, maybe she's a ZZ Top fan. Yeah.
Well, who isn't a ZZ Top fan? She got rays. She knows how to use them.
Either way, there's reasons to hate any Star Trek show, and I don't think sunglasses are a good reason. In fact, I think sunglasses should have been used more often because of think about how often they could have been useful.
Exactly, but they weren't.
True.
So that means they don't need them. Maybe they all wear contact lenses that help filter it out. For
Well,
those of you who don't know this, if you actually look up an article about Pirates of the Caribbean, one of the things they did was with a lot of the actors was they would put sunglasses, contact lenses in their eyes so they wouldn't be squinting so much. So maybe that is 24th century technology.
and
I
you
mean,
made
shit.
hold on.
Nobody on
No,
Discovery was wearing goddamn sunglasses.
NB, you just solved the mystery. She actually had a Retinox 5 allergy and couldn't get the wear the contacts or get the stuff. That's why she was wearing sunglasses. You just solved it.
Why not? Yeah, we can go with that. Oh, we can go with that.
Wait. We don't even know if Vulcans are supposed to use Red Nox 5.
That is true.
I was making a joke. Come on.
I know.
I know. It was a good joke, too. Hey, I
But-
thought
I'm
the whole
just
funny thing in Picard was they kept talking, they kept dancing around the illness he had. I'm like, did you guys in somewhere in this 25% difference not get the rights to Ironic syndrome? We all knew what the fuck he was dying of. They couldn't even say it. We're like, yo, shitheads, we saw the last episode of TNG, damn it.
Good morning,
All
Eli
good
Hoo
things.
Hoo.
All good things.
Yeah. Yes, all good things. Right.
Jordy did not wear sunglasses. He wore oh god, what was that thing called back then? The hair
it was a visor.
yeah, it was his visor, but we all knew it was a hair clip. I mean, that's what it looked like. I mean, shit. How many of you? Because I know I did. I took one of those hair clips and actually put it over my eyes to see how the hell he could see through the fucking thing.
Can't say
Oh
I've
yeah,
never-
Elihu is right. He did wear glasses in sunglasses in First Contact because he had the ocular implants and he was trying to hide them.
Oh, I might have missed that. I might have forgot that part. I don't remember him wearing the sunglasses.
Now that he says it, I remember because one of my Star Trek CCG cards has him wearing sunglasses.
Ooh.
Good question for upcoming Get Nerdy, maybe.
Yeah, I think we have a future video that someone can make. The history of glasses in Star Trek.
Yeah. Starting with Captain
Yeah, you're
Captain
yep,
Kirk's antique glasses.
you know what? Here it is. This is completely. I think this is the one. Yep. Here you go. I'm sharing it. Yep. This is. Yeah, he was wearing them. I forgot all about this. Jordy wearing the sunglasses.
Yeah.
And now that I think about it, didn't Data wear sunglasses once in like one of the time travel episodes or something?
Ooh, I don't. Ooh, maybe to cover his yellow eyes.
Yeah,
Ah, that's a good.
I don't know. Maybe I'm for some reason I've got an image of Data wearing sunglasses in my head all of a sudden, and I don't know if he ever actually did.
Yeah, but I totally forgot about Jordy wearing those sunglasses. So, yeah, Data wearing sunglasses. Um, Probably should put in Star Trek.
You know what I think it was? I think it was one of the holodeck characters that was wearing sunglasses during Fistful of Datas.
That would be the one I would think of. Maybe. Oh, there is a point. I just saw this here. ENT, they did wear some sunglasses sometimes. I do need to go there. Granted, this was humans wearing them, not Vulcans or Romulans.
Or
so
a Romulan pretending to be a Vulcan.
And my argument still stands.
It stands on flimsy legs, but yes, it still stands.
Hey, I'm just saying, she was the first Vulcan Romulan we ever saw in sunglasses, and every other time I'm seeing people in sunglasses on Star Trek, they are human.
Well, hold on. Would you count the glasses that Spock had to wear to look on that one alien as a form of sunglasses?
No.
Why not?
I would look at that in a similar aspect as to, say, when somebody is using a power tool and they either put safety glasses on or like when they use a blowtorch, they have to do something, dark so it doesn't destroy their eyes. I would not call that sunglasses because sunglasses are more of an aesthetic personal choice. This is more work related. Similar with safety glasses and stuff. That's how I would say.
So, but basically, as long as it's a form of protective eyewear, Star Trek still uses it. Or if it's part of a disguise or holodeck program.
Possibility. Romulans in sunglasses makes as much sense as Cardassians at a ski resort.
Nice one, Cinnabon Bunny.
And you know what? They're going to have Garrick at a ski resort showing his skin-tight outfit similar to Flanders just to piss you off now.
Hey, I hear the Breen Homeworld is having Cardassian discount rates.
Yeah, but as we discovered in Deep Space Nine, the Breen Homeworld is actually quite tropical.
Or so we think. Remember, they were very mysterious about the whole Breen thing. Although, if we're going to say this, I'm sure that there's a reason why the Cardassians don't go vacation on Andoria.
Also, the fact that at most of the time, Cardassia and Andoria were opposite sides of a conflict. As in, Andoria is part of the Federation.
Cold. Well, not only that, one is very, very cold and one is very, very hot.
But yeah, did you guys ever read the what was it? Typhon Pact, the Typhon Pact novels.
No, I've heard of them, but no, I did not read them.
Yeah,
They're post Nemesis books, right?
Yes. According to the Typhon Pact books, the Breen are actually made up of like 5 different races, and in order to prevent any sort of racism or anything like that, that's why they wear the suits, is to so everyone is judged based on the merits of their actions and how they support the Confederacy, not what species they are.
Cardassian should vacation on Vulcan. That's only logical.
That
I
sounds
can
good.
imagine the Vulcan tourism board buying signs advertising on Cardassia. And vacation on Vulcan. It's only logical.
I can't see the Vulcans actually doing advertisement for vacations. It just doesn't seem like, a logical thing they would do. I mean, they're a very private people. Even though they're part of the Federation, if you think about it, Vulcans are still very private. I mean, it's something. Age is a big deal to them, and that was followed through all series. Also, their view on sex was very, very private. Even when it was very much brought up in Voyager the most, where Janeway even says the last time you had this was 7 years ago, and she's like, take all the time you. She knows what's going on, but she's respecting his privacy.
I just imagine some Ferengi ended up buying some piece of Vulcan, turning it into a resort for Cardassians. Some underground network of Vulcans always about to go through Ponfar, waiting for the Cardassians to come.
All right, but to go back to what he was saying for a second, that does kind of bring up an issue that I was thinking about, is having sex with a holographic recreation of your wife cheating.
No.
I would say no.
I
would say highly
Yeah.
dangerous.
Sounds like you just jacking off.
Well, the reason I ask is apparently I can get in trouble when my girlfriend has a dream that I cheated on her. So,
Sounds like your girlfriend's problem, not yours.
Yeah, that's why you don't tell her shit like that.
Yeah, no kidding.
no, she had a dream where I was cheating on her, and apparently it means that I'm in trouble.
It was her dream that you cheated on her.
Yeah.
So she
which means
secretly
maybe
wishes
she
you to
thinks
cheat on her.
Maybe she's not. Maybe she thinks
what is
she's
it?
not pleasing you the right way. I mean, could be wrong.
What, your significant others have never had the "you're cheating on me" dream, and then they're mad at you all day?
No, actually, every time my wife has
Can't
ever
say
had a
that I
dream
have,
like
but-
that, or I've ever had a dream like that, we've honestly talked about those kind of dreams, and we don't get mad at each other. We actually get very upset at ourselves for the fact that the dream even occurred. And it's actually been so bad at times where the dream was so bad and so realistic that we spend most of the day feeling bad about it, even though we did nothing wrong. And my wife has been very understanding in those areas, because she's like, she's had those dreams too, where they happen, and they're very disturbing. So yeah,
It's not a dream about you cheating. It's a dream about your wife cheating on you.
I mean, it could go either way. The point of the matter is, you wake up from it and you realize, it's very difficult to deal with something like that, and have to realize you had a dream about it. And in a lot of ways, you tend to come off feeling like you betrayed the person.
Yeah, but this is the exact opposite.
Yeah.
Totally not you betraying anybody in this dream.
Uh-huh.
It's
Yeah,
you being betrayed
Yeah, in those kind of
in your
dreams,
own dream.
yeah, and those kind of dreams can have the same aspect to it. It's like, okay, the person's cheating on me. It generally means, okay, why are you, we
No,
sit there like, why are you having this dream? Why am I even thinking this? Because a lot of times it just feels so out of place when you have dreams like that. Even you're trying to be like, what the fuck? I swear to God, if Ego Moss, if you keep showing me these goddamn fucking next generation post 2005 fucking models, I'm gonna fucking break this goddamn screen.
Why?
wait, are
Because
they
I don't
next
want to
gen or
see
post 2005?
anything post 5.
So not next generation.
And no, that's why I changed what I said. I shouldn't have said next generation. I said anything post 5. Now I would love to see a kick-ass Klingon Martok class ship. That I would love to see.
From Star Trek Online.
If Star Trek Online has one, I would love to have seen it. I just
I don't know
Martok
if they.
was my favorite. Was my favorite Klingon. Again, can't stand the actor to save my life, but still loved him as Galroth. Did they make a Galron class?
I honestly don't remember much. I didn't.
Or Martok. Sorry, Martok.
I didn't do a lot of Klingon stuff in Star Trek Online. I mean, I've got the Burrell that can cloak and fire or firewall cloaked on Star Trek Online, but that's about it. But of course, my Star Trek Online Klingon character is kind of funny because I basically modeled the character after being a coward. And he's like very un-Klingon. He's extremely skinny. He's extremely short. He's old. And my excuse was because he was so small and skinny, he just ran away from battles all the time, and that's how he's lived so long. Does anyone else here play Star Trek Online?
No,
I'm
I
not
don't.
I'm not a
Welcome back,
online
JG Sam.
player. If I'm gonna do RPG, I prefer pen and paper, dice.
Oh, me, Caddy, and Quinn have been playing Dungeons and Dragons, and we've been recording our sessions. Hopefully, I'm going to be turning that series into a series of videos soon.
Oh, sounds good.
Yeah, Caddy plays a human warrior. Quinn is a dwarf cleric, and I am a halfling rogue. Except my character is also extremely southern, and the Quinn's character is Russian for some reason. Caddy's character is a valley girl.
How did you get in here? I am Koloff. That does not answer my question. Yes, it does. One of the best lines.
Your ship is called the Orville Elihu. You get your breakfast, Elihu.
Well, my main ship in Star Trek Online is the Epimetheus. It's a Prometheus class ship. But the reason I named it the Epimetheus is because of a funny coincidence. The first ship they gave me in the game back then, you had a choice between like a Centaur, a Miranda, or some new ship that they designed. So I figured that my ship would have been like one of those kit bashes from Deep Space Nine. So it was a Miranda class with Centaur nacelles. And because I was thinking it was going to be a kit bash, I called it the Afterthought, as in like they just named it after a thought. So fast forward a while, when my character finally gets a Prometheus class ship, I thought this is going to be it's my first tier 5 ship. I got to give it a really cool name. So I looked up Prometheus on Wikipedia, and I was like, oh, Prometheus has a brother named Epimetheus. Let me look up what Epimetheus is. And Epimetheus was a Titan, but he was also the personification of the Afterthought. So I was like, okay, yeah, that's the name of my ship. Because apparently one of the things Prometheus is, he's also the personification of the forethought.
Oh, I forgot all about this. Koloff actually is one of the few people who was in both TOS, DS9, and TAS.
And don't forget, I think it was Kang was also in Voyager.
It's 8 a.m. and I have to take my med. Taking my med now.
Yes, you do.
I'm taking it now. Right there
Now.
it is.
Do it. Do it now.
Don't forget with tomorrow.
I'm gonna head out as soon as I finish this cigar. I gotta get to work. It's 8 o'clock.
Yeah. That's that time anyway. I have to do some things today myself. So, thank you, Mr. Lundell.
And Mr. Lundell doing something like that. How did you get in here? I'm Mr. Lundell. That does not answer my question. Yes, it does. Because I think Mr. Lundell has the voice for it.
Well, we're at our 4-hour mark, and I have some things to do, and I will more likely be hosting the soup tonight. Now I'm feeling quite better, but I won't push. I'm not going to push myself, but I will be back tonight for the soup, and then I want to thank NB Geek and Bird of Prey, Vile Mike, Mr. Lundell's Groovy Movies. Got some premieres coming up this week. Check his channel out. And always subscribe. Bird of Prey, you got anything coming up today?
We'll have bed life this afternoon sometime.
Wait, another
assuming
bed
all
life?
goes well with the dentist.
Another bed life?
Wait, no, it's Tuesday. Excuse me.
It's Tuesday.
We'll have some type of open line stream this afternoon.
Excellent.
Sometime.
All right. How about Vile Mike? What you got coming up?
Mr. Miles did finish the next TOS review. I've just been lazy and not posted it yet, so hopefully I'll get it done by tomorrow.
Excellent. All right, Mr. Lundell, what you got coming up on your channel?
Oh man, I am mulling over the thought of a 2:00 premiere right now, since I decided to skip work today.
Excellent.
So
we'll all look for that.
Okay, but my 11:00 premiere is Black Widow.
Black Widow.
So you can jump in and enjoy that if you like film noir.
Who doesn't love a good noir?
Yeah.
I can tell you, I can name a couple people, but they don't count.
How can you not like a good noir? The whole point is the story, the acting, and
Yeah.
the atmosphere.
Well, I'll never turn down a good Pinot Noir.
Thank you, Dave G Sound. Thank you. Yes, so I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna stay well, and the soup will be back on tonight for anybody.
I'm gonna
just
I'm gonna head out. It's 11 o'clock here. I need to go work on homeschooling with the kids. So I will talk to you all later. It was great seeing you, Bill.
Okay.
So you taking your med. So when's the next time you need to take it?
4 p.m.
Okay, so 4 p.m. your time means I will be probably hitting you up around 7 my time, reminding you.
Okay.
We're not going through this again, Bill.
No, we're not. We're not.
I don't want to hear you back in the hospital for this fucking leg.
I don't want to be in the hospital. I don't want.
And we don't want
I don't
to
want
be in
to
the goddamn hospital.
I didn't want to be there the first time. I really did it. Anyway.
You should have listened to us the first time.
Take your fucking meds.
Thank you, Mr. Lundell, sir.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Everybody, you have a great morning. Great rest of your day. We'll see y'all later somewhere on the tube.
Later, folks.
All right.
Later,
Been
Bird.
fun.
Catch you later. We gone.